Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Hey yo guys and gals, welcome back to ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Uwu the Magical, and this is PUBG Mobile Season 2 Split number 2 for Asia Pacific. So we're going to be coming through this Open Finals here. This is going to be day 1 of the Open Finals. So coming to you now, Uwu the Magical, how excited are you for today's action?
Definitely, I am super stoked to see all the team who made it today. We have 16 teams today. This is going to be really interesting. Some of them had a bit of reforming to do, a bit of pickup games to do, but it all ends in these 2 days. Can they make it or can they break it? This is going to be very important for all 16 teams, because who will be the champion? We have to find out after 10 games.
Indeed. So let's go ahead and have a look at who are our participating teams for this Open Finals. As you can see on screen, we've got some of the best out here in Southeast Asia. So let's go ahead and start from the top here. We got Beta Vincero from the Philippines, Meteor HG from Malaysia, Nitro X from Thailand, Demigod Incognito joins us again from the Philippines, along with Demigod's last 2 Jiz, also from the Philippines. Verso Heaven hails from Indonesia, KHI Esports hails from Philippines, Grims Esports and Genocide Team are both Indonesian teams and are joining in for the first time in this split number 2. M42C is also a newcomer here from the Philippines. Rivencar Banyu Langit comes here from Indonesia, along with Shaw Bay as well. Then we've got Puma Excellent Esport coming back here from Season 1 from Thailand, and Battle Jaspers joins us yet again from Indonesia, alongside STWOY Esports from Thailand, and finally Pink Gold Esports also from Thailand.
Yeah, just looking at all these teams, some of them went renaming. We do have quite a familiar teams coming back, but M42C, they're previously known for M42 Sabrina. We do have another team that is STWOY, previously known as HLR, but all these 16 teams, all the rebrandings, they are fighting for the prize pool. And this is the prize pool breakdown. First place, they will be walking away with 2,000 SGD. Meanwhile, second place will be walking with 800. That's a big difference. That's 1,200 SGD in play. Third place will be walking with 450. Meanwhile, fourth to fifth will be walking away with 300. 6 to 7 will be walking with 200. 8 and 9 will be walking with 150. 10 to 11 will be walking with 100 SGD. Meanwhile, the last 4 teams in the brackets, in the whole ladder, will be walking away with 50 SGD. Well, they'll be walking away with a bit of money, but the most important is they are fighting for their bragging rights to be called champion, Victor.
Yeah, gonna be not just bragging rights though, because if you perform very well here, you could increase the amount of money that's gonna be in your purse by the end of this open finals here. Of course, no championship is gonna be complete without a system by which we're going to measure our team's performances. So this is the point system that we are going to be running throughout these couple of days. First place taking 15 points, second place with 12 points, third place with 10 points. So that makes it a 3-2-2 split from 1 to 3rd. Then followed by that, we're going to be 2 split all the way down. So 4th place takes 8 points, 5th place gets 6 points, 6th place gets 4 points, and the 7th gets 2 points. And then following that, from if you manage to land in the 8 to 12 spot, you will still be able to earn 1 point there just for the placement's sake. But if you end up 13th or below, there's 0 points for you available. But if you want to increase the amount of points that your team is able to get during the open finals, you can of course go ahead and rack up those kills, because each kill is going to be worth a single point.
Yeah, man, that's the point. But they have to duke it out the first 5 maps of the grand final itself. Today will be starting off on Erangel on round 1, round 2 on Miramar, round 3 will be on Sandhawk, and going back to the rotation of round 4, Erangel and Miramar will be closing off for today. 5 maps. We have seen all these maps rotation. We have seen a lot of teams play it out very smart, especially on the 1.5 patch. It introduced more of an aggressiveness gameplay. 1 point doesn't have much of a big change, but it still runs off from 1.5 itself. So all the players, they definitely want to see how are they going to capitalize and how aggressive they can play, because we have seen from the previous split itself how aggressive all these teams, they just move in, hold control, push up as much as possible, and a lot of teams, they play it smart and get the point and get the chicken dinner as well.
So, I mean, coming to the question about this new patch, I mean, from what I understand, there hasn't been much differences between patch 1.5 to 1.6. So, could you enlighten me kind of like what sort of new things do the teams will have to kind of pay attention to in this current patch here in PUBG Mobile?
So I was like saying about 1.6, that definitely has not much of a big change like what we've seen in 1.5, where we have seen the M249 on the ground loot. We have seen the MG3 being brought into the airdrop itself. It still remains there, but the mechanics itself, they are trying to refine it to be much more realistic with the windows itself. Certain places will have windows where it gives an audio cue, especially on Miramar and Erangel. It plays a lot on how aggressive, and it pays a lot when you pay attention to the whole surrounding, because the moment you hear a window breaks, that's a cue. Could it be an infiltration? Could it be an aggressiveness? Or could it be someone falling back or running away, exfilling from the site itself, exfilling from the fight? Especially you try to survive as long as possible. And we have seen a couple of teams in the open itself, they have played super aggressive, get onto a high ground or get onto a compound, play it smart, just cover every single corners, try not to be overflanked or get overextended by another team. But as always so surprising to see all these teams, how they coordinate themselves to go for an attack and to go for a super strong attack onto a compound.
Yeah, and I think importantly for me as well is that now players are just going to have a new kind of tool in their kit, let's put it that way, because having those audio cues can mean the difference between life and death for some of these guys when, you know, especially doing fights can be so chaotic. You need every last bit of information that you can gather during the fight in order to be able to buff your own situational awareness. So certainly audio cues is going to be huge in that regard. As for the M429, the M249, I mean, it's touching on a very interesting problem that we face a lot in gaming here, because how do you exactly balance a heavy machine gun inside a first-person shooter, or rather a third-person shooter? the case of PUBG Mobile, it's been a problem ever since day number one because, you know, at the end of the day, a machine gun sits somewhere in that weird valley between an assault rifle as well as a full heavy machine gun. So, you know, you got to kind of figure out how exactly you want to balance it out. You want to nerf its damage there in favor of its fire rate, or increase its fire rate in, reduce its fire rate in service of its extra damage. These are kind of problems that, you know, developers will have to kind of figure it out. But for our sake here, I mean, now M249 is available for the players to pick up on ground. Expect to see a lot of players trying to see where they can kind of fit that inside their own armory.
Yep, totally agree with you about the developers wanting to nerf the M249, because we have seen when it was in the airdrop itself, it was super heavy, it was super strong itself. You can break down wall, and you can really make a surprising fire onto an enemy. But when they move it from the airdrop to the ground loot itself, they reduce the fire rate by a little, and they reduce the ammo capacity for it. But it still poses the threat. It still poses the problem, as you said. How do you balance a heavy machine gun? How do you play with that? It's a very strong, I would say, a very, very strong suppressing fire guns that you can play in close quarter combats, because when you play with a diamond formation or even a kite formation itself, you have someone in front trying to infiltrate. Meanwhile, you've got two players that are able to suppress fire, able to feed information and just cover the front man from getting infiltrated by anyone. So the M249, it's so viable in every single aspect. How do you nerf that? As you said, how do you nerf a gun that goes ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta?
Yeah, like I said, again, it's very, very hard. You know, it's a problem that FPS designers and developers have been tackling since day number one. I mean, one approach I would think will kind of work is kind of like what they did in Counter-Strike, where, you know, they still have a squad assault weapon, but then it still is alongside the regular assault rifles like the AK as well as the M16. But how they differentiate it is in terms of the handling characteristics of the weapon. So naturally, the heavy machine gun, lending to its name, naturally makes your player move a lot slower on the map, and it tends to have a lot more recoil if your player is not on a steady platform, the player is not crouched or in a good position. The gun basically will spray everywhere. So there are mechanics like that you can kind of play around in order to try to balance out the gun. But I think at the end of the day, the main stats that most players are concerned with, of course, will be range as well as damage. Those two numbers, you know, you cannot really run away from that. And I think the best approach for most developers is definitely you got to balance this gun, the M249, in relation to the other guns in the game. We're talking about the mainstays like the AK-47 as well as the HK-416. You know, you got to consider all those rifles together, you know, in terms of their damage stats as well as the range, and then try to slot in the M249 in the slot that would be just nice in between to make it so that it wouldn't become such an indispensable utility, but still will have its usefulness in certain situations.
But definitely, we are going into the game real soon, but it's going to be interesting because they are going to drop into Erangel. This is going to be a map that is vast, that has a lot of urban area, and the most important is where is the circle, because we have seen in the previous split itself, we have seen in previous season how nasty the split is going to be in open area. It could be in a very, very stronghold. We have seen a couple of teams, even teams like previously for Angry Birds, currently known as Pink Go Esports. I'm kind of curious how do they have that name, but we are jumping into the game. We are following with the team of Raven.
It's going to be Raven taking a jump right now. We're just riding aboard with them out of the bat here. No information at the moment about how the other teams are jumping nor where that circle is. But again, to your point, you know, the first map obviously it will be the one that sets the benchmark for other maps for all of the teams, pretty much. A lot of the way the teams will adjust their plays is always based on how they played that first round, the kind of strategies or the plans they had, and they will just basically tweak and modify around that as they require. Because again, Erangel will be played twice today. It will be played in this first round as well as a fourth round, so there'll definitely be opportunities for the players to kind of like revisit certain ideas they had, or kind of make up for mistakes that they may have occurred in this first round. But nevertheless, this will be a good way for these teams to warm up here, to kind of get a feel for each other, and hopefully gather a lot of information. That's usually very, very key in matchups like this, because you just want to learn and find out how your enemies are going to be approaching the same map, how your enemies are going to approaching certain situations, and then your problem solving from that point on is just going to be how you're going to try to beat them at their own game.
Oh, Jester managed to go for a spray down, just ding, couple damage onto the players from Raptor. Bowers on the other side will be able to take down a couple of players. Will be able to take some down, but Jester from the side of Ravenclaw will be able to deal some damage, but they're still in the loot. But talking about the patch from 1.5 to 1.6, not a major change for momentum, not a major change in gameplay itself, but will all the teams stick to the same strategy that they have been playing for 1.5? Because we have seen on 1.5, super aggressive, much more action-packed, much more early fight itself. 1.6, are they going to keep the same momentum? Are they going to keep the same strategy that they have in mind? Because if, as you said, rectifying some of the issues that they had, are they going to do it in this patch, and are they going to take that risk to do it here? But I do believe they did their practice, but performing on the big tournaments, doing their best is going to be a very, very interesting to see how they are going to put their strategy from paper to action.
Yeah, of course, it's always going to be dependent about how these teams have performed during their scrims respectively. But if recent tournaments are going to be anything to go by, I doubt there's going to be much change. It's probably only going to be a variation in terms of individual play styles at most. But I think for the most part, teams already have a really good understanding, I think, of how to approach PUBG Mobile at this current meta. So I don't expect that we're going to be seeing too many like wild or out there kind of strategies. It's always going to be based upon the same like routines of farm, gather as much good loot as you can, and then play with what terrain you're going to be able to take towards those final circles. So those kind of core gameplays will never change, no matter the patch, no matter the situation. It's always just a matter of how you're able to apply the tools you have at your disposal.
Yeah, but to put that on hold, Astaroth managed to take some damage down onto the side of Grims, and they are going in, they are wanting for more. Fricks is on the ground, Raptor, Jasper, they are pushing in, they are looking for more casualty, but they do not spot out one of the players. Finally they spot him, will be able to take him down, and Blues will go for the drive-by. But this is going to be very, very interesting to see. Like Raptor, Jasper, we have seen them in season 1, we have seen them in season 2 itself. They are improving as they are playing, and they are here in the final 16 teams that are gonna make it. Can they clutch? That's going to be a question, but I definitely want to see where could this circle be. It's not going to be near Jojo Pole, which is on the west coast, so I'm guessing could be on the east coast.
Could be. There's gonna be a bit of a fight right now between Beta Vincero and one of the Demigod's team. And that's going to be Moon, who's actually knocked down right now and could be in danger of getting taken out of this map here. But none of his teammates are going to be coming in to save him anytime soon, though. So that's going to be GGWP there for Moon as he gets sent back to the lobby. So 1 kill already for Beta Vincero. That's going to add to the tally to make it 3 so far on this match. And looks like they're already off to a good start, got to say. I should also note, while we're on the subject of Raptel Jesper, that they actually had plenty of practice when it comes to taking these chicken dinners, because throughout split number 2, they actually managed to take 11 chicken dinners all throughout the split. So I would say that's plenty of practice they had, especially considering that there's only a handful of teams that managed to gain 10 with the chicken dinners throughout split number 2, and Rattle Jesper just happened to be one above everyone else in that regard.
Yup, Rafter Jasper, especially with the two addition of new players, Odikola and Odi Meister, they were added in from the early September themselves, and I think that was some of the game plan that they have. Bring in some fresh mind, bring in some fresh blood, bring some new firepower in the whole lineup, and definitely we can see Raptor Jasper, they are performing, they are putting on a fight for all the teams, and some of the veteran teams, they are a bit afraid because rest of Jasper not a team that to look down, but we are on board with Beta Vincero. Beta Vincero, they made their journey through the split itself. They put up a good fight. Can they hold on to their numbers? This is going to be really, really interesting because with the new addition of RV or Beta Oof, he is one of the new players and is going to bring some of those new mechanics to the team. Interesting to see. I really want to see how all these new player rotations that they brought in, what kind of position they are playing. Are they going to play a sniper? Are they going to play a flanker? Or are they going to play the frontman where they are infiltrators of the team?
Well, naturally, whenever you bring someone new into your team, it's always to kind of like make up for some weaknesses your previous lineup tends to have a lot in previous tournaments. So, naturally, bringing someone new into your team can always end up becoming a double-edged sword, because it always runs the risk of ruining whatever sort of cohesion your previous lineup would have had, going to the tournament. So it was always imperative for new lineups to have the time required to get used to each other, taking part in a lot of scrims or even taking part in smaller tournaments just to get a good footing. It's always a good idea whenever you're bringing in new people to your team. Now we're going to be seeing this new circle come in. It's still looking like very much an East Coast headed circle here. Plenty of water around the border here, and still cutting through the main river ahead of the military base, but I think that's still looking like a pretty decent circle there for most of the teams. Shouldn't be too much drama, I expect, towards the end there, while we see some of these teams now settling into their good positions here, getting plenty of farm as they do so here. Right now, watching these couple of teams here getting a little bit close. We're running aboard now with Team 13, who seem to have spotted Team 7 just wandering around a little bit too close for comfort there, but seems like they're going to be breaking off contact there, though they are regrouping with some of their own teammates just across the hill. So now it's going to be up to GCID here to go ahead and gather as much weaponry as it can before a fight inevitably is going to break out. That's going to be another team just happening to cut through this whole circle here, and that's putting GCID a little bit on their toes right now, I expect.
Genocide team from Indonesia, they are on a bit of edge, looking at how the early confrontation that they have, but we have to put down pause as we do see two teams are in the fight. Do see Team PG, it will be Pink Gold, or previously known as 4 Angry Birds, going up against M42C. This is going to be really interesting. Both teams, they have their own firepower, but who will stand up? I feel like it's going to be very, very hard to see, but Pink Gold Esports, they are sitting on a higher ground. They do have a flank coming in by Lancelot, so they might be able to push it, but have to be a bit more careful because only 2 players being spotted. Yes, they will be able to take down few, but can they go and take off Kyler? Kyler is the only one left surviving in the smoke. Both of the teammates from M42C, they bail out. They say they want to survive as much as they can. They will be 2 men down. They still have a chance to go for the chicken dinner, but it's going to be a really, really tough one for them.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate for M42. So two of the members caught outside. The other two are going to be sitting in position there while the ping goal is just going to go ahead and take massive control over this area here. It's a good little gully that Lancelot managed to find himself in, so that allowed him to basically land shots onto M42 without taking too much risk himself here. So now he's going to be repositioning himself to the higher ground here. Gets to watch out for any other teams that decide to wander into the zone. But I think for Pink Gold so far, they feel like they probably are off to a good start. Nevertheless, though, while the rest of the team now will be piling in here, they're going to be joining up with Lancelot as well. So they're already setting themselves to be probably one of the favorites going into this final circle.
Definitely one of the favorites. Definitely a lot of teams are supporting for them, but the circle is out there. I'm gonna close it down, but oh no, that explosion knocked Queen Sugar. They have to rush him off, but we are still looking at the next circle. It will be going inland towards Shelter on top of Malta. That is some relief for a lot of teams, because previously it was 50-50. There was a 10% chance that it can land in the south coast island of military, but this time it went upwards, it went inland towards Shelter. So a bit of relief for a lot of team, because if got stuck in between, there's a body of water that they have to play with, which is no one wants to play that body of water. But looking at Shelter, that's going to be very interesting, because there's elevation, there's deep, and there's tunnels to play in. Because in Shelter, there's underground tunnels that they can invade, they can hold on, and if the circle lands directly in the bunker, this is going to be interesting to see how the team's going to fight it out. It will be on ground or under the tunnels. This is one to be seen. But Puma XLab spots out one team. It will be Pink Gold Esports, or previously known as Fire Angry Birds. That's right opposite of the hill. Triple F. Our player Lancelot gets some shots down, but he will be able to make into safety for some mats.
Yeah, Triple F still keeping an eye on the pink goal while they are taking damage on their own there by the tower. But Puma is not really pressing an issue here, seeing that pink goal is having troubles of their own. But they know they can at least gatekeep them coming into the circle here. But finally, the call is going to be coming true for the rest of Puma to be regrouping with the rest of their own team, while pink goal continues to get them fire from a distance. And yeah, they managed to catch Zhao Jamie, and the result, Mr. Joe is going to be piling out here. He's going to try and see if he can at least set up a base of fire here to hopefully regroup with his teammate there. But without the support from his team, I don't think he's going to be able to get a revive true soon. So already that's putting Puma XLM in a bit of a disadvantage now, as Mr. Joe continues to try to exchange fire there against KNS Boy. Zhao James is going to get his revive now, hopefully from X Auto, who is already coming out in front. Zhao James is going to be able to use his med kit to get himself back up to speed, and hopefully just in time, because Pink Gold is going to be trying to press an issue here, while Raptel are taking some damage on their own. KDA BBTP is bringing some shots here from the back line there, but Raptel are able to pile out the spot though, even though they've already taken quite a bit of damage out from that encounter.
This will be interesting. There is an AWM in hand of BB. We'll be looking down onto Raptor. Jasper does have another two teams by the back and has to be a bit more careful. They do have the compound. They are in the safety of the circle. But if the circle move more inland, then they have a hill to climb, because they have to climb up the hill towards Shelter, and there is another team that is keeping them. Raptor, on the other hand, they are thinking of how is it going to be, but the circle lands on top of Malta. It will be a perfect one for a lot of team. Raven has to walk in, KHI has to make their way in, Genocide, Puma XLab, a lot of teams, they have to make the big migration. We are in a phase where staying out in the blue zone will chip onto your health really badly. It's going to be really painful for anyone who got stuck outside. So a lot of teams, they might set up, as you say, gatekeeping. They will set up a chokehold, but the Visual Heaven, they are looking down. They might be able to take down players. But Astaroth from the other end will try to land his shot onto Diviso Heaven will not be able to land any shot, will only chip the roof of the compound. There are 15 teams, 53 players still in the game.
Rapitel already is in a good position, managed to take down one member of Beta Vincero, while the Diverso continues to give the pressure there from the middle. But again, that really exposes their position here in the middle of this circle, so they have to be very careful about when and where they decide to pop out to take those shots. So already this is coming a very, very crowded circle now, as Diverso going to have to fight amongst the buildings here as Beta moving in there.
No!
Oh, Zynga gets caught up on the outside there. Already we're seeing Diverso starting to lose members. They're going to be very careful when they try to make movements like that, lest they lose too many members trying to take some of these fights. So a grenade's going to be sent through while Beta Vincero still continues to be stuck within the building. Sizzy's going to be backing up there to try to see if he can catch his teammate Zynga. But he's got to be careful again because Diverso is still pinned down from that angle there. They don't really have a beat on who exactly is shooting from them from that side. So they have to use whatever smoke grenades, whatever cover they could use here to avoid getting shot at.
Most of the team, they are falling back into safety. They are taking their own compound, but they have to be a bit more careful because looking at the minimap on the top right side, I can taste and feel the rainbow coming in as all the teams that are powering through into Malta, they want to be in the safety of the circle. This is going to be very interesting of a fight, but this will not be able to take down Gamicon. He will be applying the bandage, but has to be careful. Wraps down Jasper. Gamicon goes down. Raven Champs will be able to take him down. What a play. Ravens blocking into the side and telling them they are going to mark their site. They are going to mark the house itself. Sky will be trying to think of a way of how to infiltrate better under than only have 2 players. They had suffered a couple of damage, but they have to be a bit more careful because this is going to be a very, very interesting fight because most of the team with the loadout that I can see, some of them does have some of the mid-range to close-range guns in hand, but most of them have a long range in hand. This is going to be a problem. They might be dropping down some of the scope. They might be going for iron sight, which is going to be a way better, but sure will be able to take down one. Zhao Jimmy still staying alive. Has to be a bit more careful. They are outside of the safe zone.
Yeah, these guys are probably in the riskiest spot here compared to everyone else, but that's NT2K Savage basically gatekeeping the entirety of Puma here because he does have the high ground. Otto's going to try to send a grenade out. That's going to be successful and get it knocked down now. So NT is going to try to see if they can try to regain some control over this fight, but Puma seems to have gotten a good opening there. They're going to send another grenade out to hopefully finish out Savage. Otto hasn't quite gotten the kill there. That's Mr. Joe getting knocked down to Surge X while he tried to get a revive. That's going to be his downfall, that's for sure. Now they've managed to get a couple of kills for themselves. So Puma are now free from that rain, but they still are facing pressure from another angle here. As X-Otto says, get another grenade to get another kill yet again. So Puma now with plenty of kills already on hand can now start to think about getting into the center of that circle as that blue zone it's creeping its way in.
Yeah, creeping as you were saying. They are making a bounce for it. Puma XLab gonna make their way in, but we do see one of the Nation team staying out in the open, but the circle is half urban, half open field. This is going to be real hard for a lot of teams to move into safety from the field itself, but Puma XLab after Jasper, they are moving. Just calls out one of the players, sprays out, takes down the freak J. Shizzy just aims the click, and there goes one. Can he get 4 more? Meanwhile, there's another fight coming in to west. You can look at the map. Amount of players, 12 teams in the circle. This is just insane. We are in phase 5, going into phase 6 still. So much players still alive. Odimeister takes the players from better. Will be able to need them off. Takes them out. Pink goal on the other hand. Lancelot will be able to get one more point on the board for them. 9 teams left. This is placement points for them. No more 0 placement points because some of the teams they got eliminated. Means the 9 team left alive. They are confirmed with a placement point. This is gonna be a good start for all 9 teams right now.
Yeah, well, let's hope this 6th circle is going to split up this mosh pit because it's getting very, very crowded in this 5th circle right about now. Let's see where this next circle lands. As the blue zone touches the white area, oh, it's going to put it right out in the open. So a lot of these guys who chose to hold up inside this building are in deep trouble because now they're going to have to fight their way out the front door. Now Raven has a little bit of a sightline on the top here, tries to bring a little bit of hurt down onto Genocide team, but still isn't able to keep them suppressed long enough. So yep, that is a very crowded 6th circle right about now, as 8 to 9 teams still remain and still continues to fight for the survival right as the circle are coming to a close here. So Raven continues to keep control over the sightline from this building. Again, it's going to get them pretty much a good look over the entirety of the circle pretty much because it's actually quite high up, as Najol is still going to be able to send grenades down wherever he needs to. So already we got 18 coming in. Oh, Jester is going to get knocked down from the side there. Champs is still on ground here. Doesn't quite have a sideline onto any other team, while his teammate Najol is going to try to get a revive onto his teammates. Now, speaking about the rest of this squad here, but one bang getting some shots there from the northern side as they have control over this end of the circle here out in the open. That's pretty much going to give them a huge advantage there, as any team that wants to crawl in is going to have to fight through them in order to do so. Now Shaw Big Pig is already taking a good control over this side of the area, and that's actually allowing him to keep an eye out in some of these buildings on a distance here. So again, the key thing here is all going to be about gatekeep and control, because that circle has landed itself all the way on the outside here. All the other teams that are holed up in the urban area are still continuing to fight it out.
Yep, very interesting to see how this team they are playing it out. They are playing from the outside in. Shaw Esports, they took the route in the open. They gambled for that circle, but they are in a very, very good position. I'm very surprised on how they are playing this too, and they are going up against a lot of teams. But looks like the Missile Heaven, they are getting third party for Pingo Esports. They have to go against Shaw. They have to go against Pingo Esports. Division haven't hoped to make that a safe haven for themselves to hold on as long as possible. But Nick is coming in. Najol has to be a bit more careful. Pop some mats. Pop a first aid kit. Oh, explosion right by the ear. Does not deal any damage because it was protected by the wall. It's down by Najol! He ran in for the spray down! He survived! What a play by Ravenclaw! They are making it by the edge of the circle to play with Najol and Chance, but Najol got naded out, unfortunately. But Quincy, look at the small triangle he has in this rooftop. What a player! Quincy just looking at everybody fighting.
Yeah, the last bit of high ground here, I expect, in this final circle now. So Zwensi is going to hold on to this for as long as he can, because that's keeping Pingo Esports gate kept at least by this one person here. But now they already know exactly where it is, so they're tossing grenades and actually keeping him suppressed. I don't think he's going to be able to stay there for too long, though. Zwensi taking a lot of damage now. He's going to be forced to open up his final first aid kit, but before he can do so, he gets knocked down to the ground. I think that's going to be the end for Zwensi right there and then. 4 teams still remaining now. The 7th circle has already revealed itself and is right out in the middle of the field, just like before. So yet again, it's going to be Team 7 that on the northern side, it still has a huge advantage because they've already taken control over the northern edge of the circle, and it's pretty much everyone else that's going to have to pile their way in slowly but surely, just like how Super Kid is crawling his way through the grass, sending grenades through the front here to hopefully try to break up the Verso and Team 7's little fight over here.
Yeah. Team Shaw Esports, they took the gamble. I did not expect the circle to be out, but look at how set they are. They are ready for anyone to come in. They are ready for any fight. But Nate's coming in, all the utilities. This is a time for them to use up their utilities, drop their back if they have to, pop the vehicles to use it as a border, to use it as a shield. Ooh! Nate's comes in, big pick got chucked out a bit, has to pop the first 8 of super chugging on the net, still throwing. The ball has to be a bit more careful. Oh, Super Kid was not super enough as Big Pig eliminated 3 teams left. That's 10 players. A full squad from the side of Shaw Esports. Meanwhile, the Beats have had 3 players. This is going to be really interesting. Pink Gold Esports, can they repeat what they did to qualify themselves into today? Can they just play with information? Lancelot goes down, 2-3 goes down. Oh, this is going to be hard for them.
KYY is trying to use maximum use of this terrain here in this fight against Shaw, but so far none of these teams are going to be able to get a jump over the other while grenades are still ringing out. KYY takes a bit of damage there, and the smoke is going to make it a lot harder for him to continue to peek up from that edge there. One bag sends a Molotov down as well as his regards there, while KYY is going to have to back off from the fight. Now it's going to be up to the rest of his team here to see if he can try to open up another front, while Sizzy continues to crawl on the ground. He's going to have to jump up a little bit in order to regroup with his rest of the team, but at least they have this little ditch here that's going to provide them quite a bit of cover in this final fight. Now we're approaching the 8th and literally the last point. You know, I wanted to say circle, but literally number 8 means that this blue zone is going to come down to a single point. So these 3 teams now still having full stacks are still continuing to fight each other for position, but still aren't able to get any jump over the other. Could it almost lose his life there, getting up a little bit too cocky, I think, when he tries to go take the fight against Shaw. But the Verso still maintaining good control over the western side of the circle. That's going to be Pink Gold taking the southern side, and of course Shaw Esport on the top side. So again, it's going to be a 3-way Mexican standoff now in this 8th and final point. Now the blue zone is going to be closing in. Time is running out. KYY moves up very aggressively. Last Love tried to send some shots in. Oh, Kenry ain't going to be able to get a knockdown there to Pink Gold, but now Sizzy is going to have to try to get a return, but he does not get a return. The Verso gets eliminated, and it looks like that's going to be Shaw, I believe, that took the chicken dinner, and indeed, they did take the chicken dinner. Well done to Team Shaw Esport.
Yup, Shaw Esport collects the first chicken dinner. Kyle will be able to collect just purely by kill points, 6 kill points, and 4 more from his teammate. That's 10 kill points. That's just pure enough. But look at the second place, Pink Gold Esports. They themselves did not put themselves down. They got 13 points in the board for themselves. Diviso haven't managed to collect 5 kill points. Meanwhile, Janus has 4 kill points. Ravenclaw does have 3, and 42C will be able to collect 2 points, and T will be able to collect 3 points. That sits them on the 7th placing. This is just pure based on placing itself on how it ended. Meanwhile, on the 8th spot will be Puma Axolab. Team number 9 will be HG. Meanwhile, Rafter Jasper will be coming in number 10. 11 will be Demigod. Meanwhile, on the 12th will be Beta, and 30 will be Demigod. The Glass 2 Gs. KHI comes in 14. Meanwhile, team number 15th placing will be by STWOY, and last placing goes to Green Chosen. So that wraps out the first 16, the first round itself. Shaw Bay, Shaw Esports, they collect their first chicken dinner. They keep on performing, they keep on gambling on the circle. I believe they definitely able to stand on top by the end of today.
Yeah, that was a very chaotic final fight. It was quite impressive to see that, you know, almost a dozen teams managed to make it to that 5th circle. So naturally it made it so crowded, especially given that the Erangel has a lot of urban areas. This circle final circle actually landed in one of those areas, but managed to drag that fight all the way to the outside of the field with the 7th circle just literally popping itself out into the open. So that was a very chaotic final few moments there, but it was Shaw in the end that still managed to come up heads and shoulders above to take the final kill, but it still boiled down to a 3-way fight though, so it certainly wasn't an easy one there for Shaw Bay.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. It was not easy. At how they choose the circle itself, they chose to play in the open. They took the gamble because looking at the whole area for Malta, it was built for urban fights. And you bring the open area fight, you took the gamble and stay outside and just hope the circle lands on top of you, and the circle lands on top of that. That was a super gamble from Shaw Bay. Just sitting and soaking, and really they were playing by the circle. They've seen how it was done, and they were able to hold themselves against other 15 teams.
Yeah, and you could imagine that their situation would have been so terrible if the circle ended up in the urban area rather than the open zone. So yeah, just to your point, it was a gamble, and for Shaw, fortunately enough, the situation favored them heavily here in this instance. So I expect that they're going to be really relieved that things turned out that way. But yeah, going through these highlights here, you can see that, you know, some of these teams that managed to get these fight early on. Oh, this one was very tragic here for KHI because, you know, they were really holding on to that rooftop areas for so long. But unfortunately, getting crowded inside and a grenade landing in the right spot always spells trouble, doesn't it?
Definitely the nades, the utility. If you know when to pop them, if you know how to pop them, it is the best way to do so. But like Puma Excel Lab, they were one of the strongest, one of the veterans itself. They tried to hold on, but they kind of can't find the formula to make it towards the end and get chicken dinner. But looking at that highlight itself, one of the players just got himself stuck. He thought that was the best, but it was not. Unfortunately, the nade came in and they managed to chip him off and knock him off. That was so sad. I feel that was so tragic for that player alone.
Yeah, I mean, it was again a very lucky spot to actually find himself in, though. But you know, that's the nature of the circle spawns. You know, those with that kind of randomness, you guaranteed to have something special like this occur every once in a while. But you know, for those teams that manage to make it to that final point, there, it's always about, you know, being able to set up those opportunities. You know, it's always about maximizing the amount of farm that you can get, depending on where you land up, and then having a very consistent plan about how you're going to farm your path towards the circle from that point on. So, you know, some of the best teams here have really taken the time to really practice this down to a T. That's why we could see from the leaderboard, so many of these teams were able to get so many chicken dinners doing this split number 2. I mean, Genocide team managed to get 10 chicken dinners during split number 2. The Birds of Heaven as well managed to pick up 10. Pink Gold Esports, formerly known as 4 Angry Birds, also picked up 10 during the split number 2. So these teams are coming in as super heavyweights, I would say, into this fight, and have definitely done their level best here to prepare coming into this tournament. So now it's going to be all about taking all those practice and really applying it to the test here, and really see how far they can go in this open finals.
Yup, definitely agree. We've just concluded round 1. That was a wrangle, but I guess everyone, they will be piling in the sand. They're gonna pile in the brown rocks because players, they are building up for Mirama. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be wide in the open. I believe we'll be going for a really short break, and I think the players, they want up as they are getting ready for that round 2. I guess we'll see you guys in a break.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the ball, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Hey yo guys and gals, welcome back to ESL Mobile. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uwu the Magical. We're going to be going into our second match in this Open Finals, number 2 for Split 2 here in Season 2, PUBG Mobile. So after having seen that final fight there, Uwu, it kind of helped me feel that this first map kind of boiled down to who was able to fight the best, didn't it? You know, when it came to the final circle?
Definitely agree with you, and I felt that Shaw Esport or Shaw Bay, they took one of the strategy out of Pink Gold Esport and they put it on paper perfectly. They play it to the point of how they want it to be. We have seen how Pink Gold Esport previously in the split itself, they play the same method. Hold on towards the last few moments, play the information, and just pick 1 or 2 kills, keep on doing the distraction and try to go for the picks. But after that round 1, I do want to see who is sitting on top. Let's take a look at the standing. Xiaobei and Pink Gold Esports, they are tied by points, but Xiaobei sitting on top with the first placing just because of that one chicken dinner. Meanwhile, on the third spot will be the Visual Heaven, difference by 10 points. They are sitting on the third place with 15 points. Genocide team will be sitting on the fourth place with 12 points. Meanwhile, on the fifth place is Rivet Claw Banyu Langit with 9 points. Sixth place will be Reptile Jasper with 8 points. Seventh place will be M42 C with 6 points. Eighth place will be Nitro X with 5 points. Meanwhile, the bottom 8, the other half, the second place that no one wants to be on, Puma Axel Labs will be on the 9th placing with 5 points, tying up with Nitro X. Meanwhile, Meteor HG and Beta Win Zero will be tying up on the 10th and 11th place with 4 points. Demigod Incognito will be taking up the 12th place with 2 points. Meanwhile, Demigod the Glass 2 G's with 1 point on the 13th place. The bottom 3, this is when none of the team wants, but I do believe that it's a fairy tale story from the bottom. It's we have seen it in the split. 14th place goes to KHI Esport, 15th place goes to Grimm's Chosen. Meanwhile, sitting at the last place will be STWOY Esports. This is going to be the first round results. It will be adding more as the round goes on, but looking at the standing is of Victor Cax, first and second place, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close that it just tells me that, you know, the door is still wide open for anyone to take command of this open finals here, because despite the fact that, you know, we had a team that took a chicken dinner and another team getting top frag, neither of that was enough for them to take a commanding lead here from map number 1. So I think that what we have essentially is that the 16 teams that are competing here are very close and very competitive, and this is exactly what I love to see here coming to season 2. You know, the teams not only getting better, but, you know, starting to match up in terms of skill as well as their strategies compared to each other. So now that we've seen that this field of 16 are getting very close to each other, it just means that it's going to boil down to the details. It's going to come down to how perfect you're going to be able to play some of these maps now. And given that the next one, it's going to be Miramar, you know, I'm expecting the teams are going to have to really brush up and be very sharp in their shooting, prioritize a lot on getting their scopes and attachments, you know, and of course, find the right kind of vehicle for this kind of terrain, because Miramar is really big, it's huge, and you're going to have to cover a lot of ground.
Yep, definitely agree with you that Miramar is going to be very interesting. It's going to be very vast, open, on high dune areas, a lot of elevation, a lot of couple of urban area, I would say, but a lot of flat ground. So with flat ground play style, how are you going to approach it? We have seen how teams solidify themselves into the middle of circle, just play it through from the circle and try to farm the loot on the opponent. That's a risk to play with. Meanwhile, there is other placing where they play from the high ground, play with super high elevation, but that comes with consequences as you are playing with high ground. You can see your opponent can see where you are, but if the circle moves away from you, the way how you're gonna expel from your current position to another position is going to be very difficult because you have to head down into the open where other teams, they already set up their gatekeep, they already set up their camp, and they are just barbecuing s'mores and waiting for you to pass by, and they are gonna hunt you down. But it's going to be really, really interesting. We have seen a couple of big major fights in urban area, but we have never seen the whole fight in the water area. So could this be going to be very interesting? Because some of the southern region, there is a bit more plantation, there is a bit more trees to play with, so you can put vehicle urban area, but the elevation from that, it heightens up to the max. It's 3 times, 4 times the fold. How are you going to compensate the bullet angle itself? How are you going to aim itself? It's going to be a very, very big factor, because if you're going to play on the southern side of the map itself, side some parts of Impala, it's going to be really important to see like how is the team and the players approach this, because like the elevation itself is going to be very, very difficult for the players to deal with.
I think, yeah, that's where, you know, the details of your decision making is going to matter. And at the end of the day, it boils down to how much you're going to be willing to trade off, you know, to gain a certain advantage. So whether it's going to be taking a certain path, you know, that you know it's going to allow you to get a really good chance of getting the right kind of weapon, hopefully a long range one, or it's going to be about taking a piece of cover that may not be that ideal, but simply because of its strategic importance in that moment, in that circle, that allows you to suddenly from that position take command of fights because you have a good sight line. So those kind of details and decision making are going to matter here, especially when your opponents are very close to you in terms of skill. So that's why every choice is going to matter, you know, every mistake is going to matter even more now. You know, you cannot really afford to make unforced errors from this point onwards, because any point that you cost your own team is going to go a long way, especially given that this is still day number 1 we're talking about. We still got 5 more maps to go in day number 2, so we got a whole half of a final to play there. So the first round is already done, that one's already dusted, and the teams have already kind of like gotten through their nerves. You know, you're already gotten through your first round jitters. This point onwards, it's all going to be about maintaining your form and then making sure that you maximize the total amount of points you can get from every single map from this point onwards.
Yep, Zephy, just talking about the round itself, talking about the map rotation itself, it's going to be very interesting because like you start off on Erangel, then move on to Miramar. We have seen this rotation of maps from season 1 to today is the same rotation, but a lot of teams, they start to have difficulty after the rotation resets back. Like from Erangel, Miramar, Sanhao, that's a basic rotation. Then you move on back to Erangel. We have seen teams that performed in the first Erangel, the first round itself. They were doing fine in the first half, but the time they move back to Erangel, it's something like it's a jinx to them. It's like a curse to them that they start to fall, they start to wither down, they get withered out by a lot of teams, they get hunted easily, and basically they got pincered a lot of times. We have seen how it unfolds in the splits itself. It happens in season 1 as well. So I know what's happening there, but whenever the reset comes in, players start to drop the momentum, they drop the ball, and it's an open fight. We have seen some of the fairy tales where some of the teams from the bottom half itself, they managed to climb all the way into the mid card. Yeah, some of the teams will be able to climb into the top cards as well.
I mean, that just signifies part of the difficulty of playing tournaments like these, where you're gonna have to switch your playstyle up between these maps very rapidly. So you have to be kind of like, how do I term this well? A jack of all trades and master of some. You got to have certain strengths you can lean on no matter the kind of map or situation you can go into, but you got to be adaptable enough that you can instantly change up your playstyle to suit the situation that presents before you. So that's why, that's why some of the best teams, they are very consistent at this. They're very good at taking a really bad situation and flipping it around for themselves and finding problem solving their way, navigating their way through some of these fights. And at the end of the day, it's all about maximizing what you can do and what performance you can pull on some of these maps.
Yup, just talking about performance. This is going to be super neutral as the flight path cuts the map in half from south to north through Picado, through San Martin, all the way to the north. It is split in half, and the first circle. This is going to be interesting, and I'm just basing on this flight path. It might be dead center on this map. What do you think, Victor?
It's practically dead center. Then as team leader, your decision is going to be: do I take the left or do I take the right? It's going to be about which end of the map you're going to be prioritizing more, especially when it comes to planning your eventual farm path. But I'm more curious about where that circle is going to land up to. Is it going to be favoring a little bit more southwards, or is it going to be a little bit more northwards? Because I kind of think that if it does end up a bit northwards, that's going to favor a lot of those teams that, are taking a little bit more time in making those decisions. And as I speak that, it's gone the complete opposite direction there. It's going down southwards. So that leaves a lot of body of water still around the edges of the circle here. So no doubt those teams that decide to jump out a little late are just going to have to make the most of their time up north and eventually make that migration down to the south.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how like Puma X Lab, they've never jumped towards Minas. They normally go for the Picado. We have seen some of the team like Pink Gold Esports. They normally jump into Alcozo, but some of these teams, they start to change their jump site. They start to change the way they are landing instead. But that was close. Pink Gold Esports was just fighting for vehicle, and they're fighting against the Malaysia team as one of the team from Malaysia, the only team from Malaysia fighting for survival, Meteor HG. Oh, yup, has to be careful, SKN. That is just nasty. They are hunting them down. No guns at all from the side of the Malaysian team.
Oh, that's just brutal. Savage, even. You could say that Media HG does got wrecked, unfortunately, so early on. So, yep, I mean, that's the problem when you drop in a very bad zone and don't have any weapons to fight back with. And you got spotted out early on. Pink Gold just basically had the advantage and just took it straight away. Now, we're going to be watching KHI Sport fighting against Genocide Team. And this could be quite interesting because Genocide has a fighter in the back who could potentially third-party this fight. So Damaso keeps an eye on the back. He does hear some footsteps, so he knows that someone is actually wrapping around from the back line there while his teammates are trying to form a front line. So Damaso still watches out from beyond the door, but still has to keep an eye on the back there because the Genocide Team continues to pressure them from the opposite end. Demigod from KHI is going to try to recall himself back here and hopefully get a revive, but that's unfortunately in a very bad position for him to be in. As Damaso gets himself a bit of damage as well, he's going to have to hit the deck now because Genocide Team continue to give a lot of pressure from the other side of the gully. Now Moscow's managed to find his way up onto the rooftop and continues scan the ground here to try to find the rest of KHI's defenders. He's going to try to focus on where Damaso is, so I don't know if Damaso is going to be able to survive long enough through this fight. It's getting very, very tense now as Moscow trying to find a way through. Oh,
no.
he sees it right through the hole on the roof. He takes down Damaso just like that. And unfortunately for Damaso, it's just wrong place, wrong time there, my friend.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time. The first team to be eliminated. What play? The Muscle tried to hold on for his team, but unfortunately, your team will be eliminated. AHI Esports out to the lobby, back into the thinking box, but still 15 teams to go with range, trying to figure out how to climb that. I think you have to climb through the railings and jump onto the door itself, then you are able to climb to the roof. Might be a way, but finally, yes, he got it, and he is trying to figure out where. Okay, where do I go this time? Has to be a bit more careful not to drop down. He's looking for that one angle. That's his teammate got it, but Rich, you can do it. You can do it. A bit more practice, I believe, but guess not at the. Oh, there you go.
Yep. Finally gets himself up on top of the roof, so that's going to allow him to get a good sight line onto ST Warrior's position here. But ST Warrior are spread out quite wide in this confrontation, so M42 is going to have the work cut out for them should they want to continue this fight. I think the only good news for them is that they only have ST Warrior to worry about. There's no other team that seems to be setting up a third party, so the moment the firefight is going to break out, M42's best bet is to try to make sure this fight ends up quick, because if they attract way too much attention here, a third party comes into this mix here, I don't know if M42 is going to be able to last through a long extended fight, especially on a map like Miramar. So for the meantime, both of these teams are going to stand in position here, just going to keep an eye out and see who's going to try to make that first move, who's going to try to take that first shot. And if they do so, they better be dang sure that they're going to be able to land the hits.
Agree with you. Just looking at how M42 gonna play it out. If they're gonna go for this fight, make it fast. If they want to exfil, I feel like the best bet for them is to exfil, hit in for a bit more loot. It's fine not to go for the early confrontation, because that feeling you want to go for the chicken dinner itself. The amount of utilities they have, the amount of stuff that they have in the back might not be the best. While the players thinking about exfilling does have a vehicle in hand that gives the information for few to be able to spot out where is the shot is being fired from, and there you go. Phil will just empty the clip.
Oh.
That is just punishment. And say,
And ground assault happening at the same time.
Yeah,
Plassen is actually going to be completely surrounded now. Dragon is keeping an eye out from the outside, while Kyler's already inside here laying some grenades, but their target is on the next floor, so Kyler's going to have to make his way up there eventually in order to flush out this last target. Kyler goes up, he sprays there cautiously, making sure that he doesn't leave any gap unsighted. So again, Plassen can still hold the position. Plassen now is going to have to dunk his way out the window. He jumps out just in time as Range now gives chase. He tries to shoot right from the window. Dragon now continues to try to give pressure while the rest of his team are continuing to pressure from the outside. Dragon is going to get knocked down. Plassen is able to stay his position just by the garage door, but Kylar moves up in front. Now it looks like they are going to be able to try to get the positions set up nicely here, but it seems like ST Warrior are able to turn this fight around pretty well for themselves, as M42 is primarily trying to regain some stability here. Plassen is going to be flushed out of position as Kyler tries to move in for the shot. His teammate Range is going to try to assault from the other side. They finally get the knockdown here. Can they get the kill? Yes, they do.
Yeah, what a play. Look at how strategic is M42. They are playing. They are going to house, clearing one by one. They attack as a squad. They attack as a team. They leave only few on top of the rooftop to be a scout, to be the information giver to the whole team. And he is supporting with utilities itself. Meanwhile, ST Roy has to figure out how to execute for this. This is just pure hard for them. Oh, feel lucky didn't receive any damage at all. But the circles moving towards into the center. If it drops onto power grid, the next one, this is going to be very interesting. There's high ground, there's low ground, urban area to play with at the same time. It's going to be an all-out fight from every single angle, but we still are on board on to M42, but we are changing to Pingo Esports. They are hunting for more. Nifty try to survive. Nifty will be brought down. Can and boy, that's his second knock. Can he clean up? Lancelot gonna move in a bit. He will be able to spot a one player, but does he have a scope in hand?
Yeah, it seems like M42 are going for the final fight now. There's only one more member of the site. They're going to be going straight through. Oh, there's going to be one knockdown. Rage going to try to patch it up, but his teammate has got knocked out as well. Seems like this fight is not working out the way that M42 expected. Now Rage going to be salvaging this. Unfortunately, he gets knocked out. SC Roy has just pulled the Uno Reverso right onto M42. That's just so tragic to see there.
Yeah, but SD Boy just opened up the trap card, activation of trap card, that's it, onto M42. Uno and every single thing onto them, and M42 will be the second team to drop down. To your B will be able to knock one down with the Molly. Grims on the other hand will be able to take that as the raw, but we still on board paying gold esports. They are going up against Beta Vincero. Beta Vincero, they have the low ground. They are thinking of how are they gonna approach this, cause they can't exfil. Sorry, they can exfil for the side of Beta, but for Pink Gold they have to infiltrate this time.
Or maybe they had to just go a long way around. The thing is that the only vehicle they had on hand just now was a buggy, but it looks like they're picking up the rest of it, so they got a pickup truck and a coupe as well. So I think they should be able to go and exfil their way towards the circle. It's just that they're going to have to go the long way around and try to get out of the way of where Beta Vincero is. So they're not going to choose to take the fight here. Pingo instead are going to be leaving Kenneth's boy here to hopefully set up a gatekeep of some sort. I'm not sure what kind of support it can provide him at distance though, so they're going to have to park their vehicles and then try to rejoin Kenneth's boy in front here. What he's going to get pressure on the Vincero. He might get one knockdown. He gets two knockdown though. Beta Vincero just been successfully stopped in their tracks. Two people are out on a blue zone. One person managed to slip by, but now he is all alone.
What a play by KNS Bar. He must be laughing his hope out because he is able to take two players. That's like, I'm able to take two players down. That was for keeping us, and he went in to finish them. Oh my god. KNS Bar. That is just nasty. Nasty from KNS as he was using the Uno reverse. I will say, I will take that from you, Victor, and turn out it on the side of Pingo Esports because they will gatekeep. Okay, and that's one thing. Okay, I'll give some of the same thing that you did to us. We gatekeep you back, and they managed to get 2 kill points. What a play from KNS Bar.
Yep. So now we're going to be joining up with previous chicken dinner winner from map number 1. This is Shaw Bay or Shaw Esports. And with the next circle landing on top of quite a bunch of teams actually. They pretty much could rest on their laurels very much so. And I think Shaw is probably one of them because they have picked themselves a nice little cozy spot here, which is on the one hand quite open, but on the other hand Shaw has pretty much taken every single bit of cover they could and pretty much can store the car as well as they can do so. But right now, I think Bawan Bang might have been spotted a little bit because some shots came through onto his building there. I expect that was actually from Diverso, who now sets himself up on the hill just to the eastern side of where Shaw Bay is set up at the moment. So the blue zone is starting to crowd around them now. I think Bawan Bang is smack dab in the middle of this encounter here. So now they're going to have to move out, picking up their items and the weaponry. Diverso is still on the hill on the opposite end, and I think they might be just just keeping an eye out onto Shaw Bay as they continue to stay outside the blue zone here. Big Pig is going to be picking up some stuff. Tatsuya has already made his way inside the safe area, so the rest of his team are going to be joining him in that regard. So I wonder what the Verso Heaven might be up to in this meantime, though, as Rich Tatsuya waits for the rest of his team to regroup alongside him.
Yep, Tatsuya is gonna pop some of the energy drink, just gonna wait out for most of the team, but they will be thinking of how are they gonna push it into the safety just to avoid the whistle itself. But a lot of teams, they are thinking of how are they gonna position themselves. The circle, if I'm not mistaken, drops towards south a bit after moving towards inland, but it's gonna be very interesting to see what kind of terrain that they are gonna face. But we do hear gunfire from left and right. Demigod Moon able to nade one of the player. I'm not sure, is it the same teammate? Just
I think it could be the sister team, yeah.
yeah, I feel like
That's
it
the
could
last
be the
two
sister
Jizz,
team.
yeah. It could be. That's the last two Jizz on one side, and we also have another demigod team. So I wonder if both of them actually end up fighting against each other. In the meantime, though, Nitro X is just spotted the Verso Heaven on the lower ground here. So Magma is keeping low on the ground while the rest of the Verso Heaven piles out of the area, actually getting into their vehicles. So it seems like they're going to be continuing to farm some of the areas that are already swamped by the blue zone, which on the one hand keeps them out of a lot of these fights and allows them to actually maximize a bit of farm. So, but on the other hand, just concedes a lot of control into some of the territories within the circle. So when they kind of circle back in here, I think Nitro is in a prime position to gatekeep them from being able to come into the circle. Nevertheless, let's see how that's going to turn out as Pingo now ends up in a little bit of a fight against SC Void that just lost a couple of their people here, getting knocked down to the ground and getting knocked back into the lobby. There is Lancelot and Noomza. So already Pingo is down to only 2 people here, and give this happening before even the match gets to the 5th circle. This is already looking very, very bad now for Pink Gold.
Yeah, Pink and Gold, they have to think how are they gonna fight this through, because there is 3 teams in the area. They do know that there's 1 team behind them. Tsuyobi has to figure out how are they gonna approach this, because the team behind them is gonna be Shaw. ST Roy is gonna exfil. Oh, sees the tire again, and that's
Nice.
one from Tsuyobi. That is what he needs to do to go and get his revenge. Telling him that's for getting our player. We will get one of your player, but oh, it's shocking to see that Shaw B didn't went for the confrontation. But on the other side, Moscow still landing on with his shot. Wow, Moscow, that is just on point. Moscow's gonna land and send some of the bullets downrange. Can he explode the vehicle? This is gonna be it. But I think he spots one up. That Easy Rip. Easy Rip is on the bike. Oh, 91 ding. Can he go for the spray down? He can't connect. Moscow!
Oh no,
So
Moscow has
close.
fallen. He tried to climb over the wall there to get a better shot, but his better judgment made himself a big, big target in the middle of an open field. So that's pretty much why you don't do that, my friends. Watching from the stream here, as Genocide team right now tries to do a little bit of a gatekeep now to Shaw Bay. He spotted a big pig. They managed to shoot a big pig straight out of his truck. Now, Raptel, in the meantime, are getting to a bit of a scrap now with one of the Demigods team. And looks like he might have this in the back now as he takes down one on the top side. There's only one more person needs a knockdown in order to get the kill now. G's gonna get knocked out. There's only one person left inside the smoke here, and Raptel X Blues is moving straight in towards it. Where is he? Can they get him though? He's still able to. Oh, he can get a knockdown onto Meister and slips out the way. Oh no! Now, Raptel X Blue is gonna try. He does get the kill onto KOA Baby, but well, that looked like it could have been very, very bad there, especially for Meister.
Yeah, poor team Meister did not check the smoke from the teammate. But what a play by Raptor Jasper team. They were able to clean the floor with the bodies of the enemy. And oh, they just got punished by one of the sneaky one, but was not that bad. Was not that bad. Most of the team will make their way into the safe zone. It will be to silo in the middle of the circle. So I feel like whoever's gonna hold on to the silo compound, silo vicinity, that's gonna be a very major choke point where they can set up a four-man angle. They can look, they can cover every single angle from every single corner, and that silo itself is going to be one of the best defense that they can have because they have some grounds to play with. And a lot of team, they are just waiting for the circle to start moving and they move in, but Solix went for the spray down, will not be able to take down Magma. Magma still on the run. A couple more shots will not get him. Jay Cho and will be able to take down Blues from Rafter Jasper. Solix still has his sight. Zip will be brought down and knocked down. Moscow got his trade up onto Magma. 2K Savage staying out in the open. Has to be a bit more careful. Needs to push in. This is the fifth phase. This is going to be hurtful for that. But oh no! Yo, got knocked. Kid has to figure a way. Does he have any utilities to help his own teammate up?
Well, fortunately for Yup, he's able to get behind the dunes, so he should be able to get a revive through now. But Nitro can still get himself back into this fight. It's going to be up to them to try to get out of this quandary here because Demigod is keeping them so well gate-kept from the border of this next circle. So Demigods now able to exfil themselves out of the situation here with Nitro already pulling back. So now they're going to be focusing their attention towards the center of the circle here while Solix continues to keep an eye out on the inside here while the rest of his team sets up in a better position up north. So that's the thing. They've already taken control over this sector. Now it's going to be a bit of a exploration of the other sectors here while Demigods tries to find a good pathway to get themselves deep within the circle.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very interesting gameplay coming in from the side of Demigod the last 2Gs because they have to push up high ground, and the high ground next actually is not a silo, it's actually to water tank, I would say. Sitting there that has high ground. You can see Grims sitting on top. Will be pushed by Ravenclaw, pushing out onto Puma X lab. Jester playing into the safety, but the zone is right at the edge. Puma X lab. What can they do? Champs went for the spray down, try to pick for the angle. Jester still in the front. Can they bring them down? And Puma X lab will be knocked, but Jester is by the flame. He has to be the guy for Moscow from the other angle. Champs will be able to go for the refract. They might be able to revive Jester and they will be able to bring back one of the brother who Najo will be looking and picking at corners, just checking onto Moscow, telling him stay back, keep your distance, keep your social distancing.
Yep, still very important day and age, my friends. So Ravenclaw, Banyu Light still continues to fight on. Grimes sends a nice grenade in the middle of Meter HG, forcing them to try to break up their formation, and sends another one along with his regards. But Meter HG seems to be a little bit unfazed out of that, so they're able to reposition themselves back in this fight now. Sound could be facing a lot of pressure very, very soon. If they decide to come over the dune, they send another Molotov now to force Sang out of its position. He's pulling back here behind the smoke. He senses a lot of pressure coming from Meter HG. Sees someone try to pop over the horizon there. Sends a grenade there in order to peel back, but he realizes he might be a little bit surrounded by the flank here, so he's scrambling to try to find himself a good foothold here in order to try to stay within position. But look at the way HG is just wrapping around here, forcing Sang to try to change his field of view here in order to meet their pressure coming in from behind now. So Grimes are getting themselves very much outflanked a little. They have to be able to give some pressure somehow on the Muta HG to stop them from maneuvering this rapidly, or else they would end up ending in a very bad position throughout this fight.
Yeah, Meteor HG just playing the wrap around a good one, but Aki will be able to get one of the players from Grims itself. Meanwhile, HG, one of the players knocks, 5 teams still in the game, 40 players, 12 players with the split of a second. This is going to be interesting for the players like HG to come down. How are they gonna come down from this high ground? Because the only way for them to come down is to drop down and even think about surviving. Another way is to go through the circle. The safe zone is up. But wow, the circle lands on top of Genocide. So Genocide team, they have a very good angle and they are holding onto these 2 water tank structure alone, just fending off any players. And you can see HG is on the high ground. How are they gonna get down into safety?
I have no idea. I mean, it probably will have to jump down eventually, but the high ground here is probably the best bet in their fight against Genocide team here, because that's giving them a good angle that the Genocide team can't really attack them from. So they're going to have to maximize this position while they still have it inside the safe area here, or else by the time they're going to get down to the low ground, Genocide team is going to have all the cards in their hands by that point.
Oh!
So now Shaw gets a nice shot there down onto Ravens, managed to get a knockdown onto one of them, so that's already giving us a lot of early pressure on Genocide team, though. Sends such a sensational shot back onto Shaw, forcing him down to a little bit of pressure. He navigates his way down towards the ground here, takes a lot of damage, and unfortunately gets knocked down though. So it looks like it's going to be up to Faye and Sai to try to continue on without him, as Genocide team are going to be able to pull back and actually tries to meet this battle that Mita HG is trying to send up on top of them. Now they're going to be counter-aggressing onto HG now. What can Kwai do? He has a Molotov, he's going to be sending that out. He has a frying pan as well, but I don't think that's a fire they're going to be using to cook up a plan here, because I don't know if HG is going to be getting themselves out of this problem now, because they might be surrounded from both sides, from the side as well from the top. Oh, that's going to be a bit of an exchange there. He's going to be able to take that one. He's going to try to bring Faye back up to speed, but the rest of where's the Genocide squad? Genocide team not able to continue the fight here because Pink Gold is pressuring them from below. Super Kid's going to send some grenades down there to hopefully stem the tide, as Pink Gold down to only 2 members now. I don't think they would be able to fight for too long once Genocide team decides to give the real pressure onto them. Zwensi is going to be going down to meet them face to face here, tries to get them right up into their own faces here. Zwensi moves up in front, someone jumps in the back there, ends them right there, and then I think Genocide team just scored their first chicken dinner.
Wow, congratulations to Genocide team. And you can see Bosco alone got a double-digit kill. He got 10 kills in the bag. Plus up with the whole total, it will be 70 kills with the chicken dinner. That's a lot of points for them to climb the standing. Meanwhile, second place, Pingo. Consistency, my boys. They are sitting at the second place this time. Not that bad. Kills is quite good with 6 kills, but they still got the placement points. Mitohish is coming in with the third placing with 5 points in the bag. But congratulations to Genocide team. I just felt like Moscow, he was the man of the hour, was the MVP of round number 2. He alone just got 10 kills in the bag, and Genocide, with that amount of points, I felt like he was able to catapult the whole team up into the standings.
Yeah, I gotta critically remember here that the Genocide team not only took the chicken dinner, they also got the top frag. They took, I think, a total of 17 kills in map 2. That's actually more than what Shaw Bay actually did in the previous round, which was 13. So that alone, I think, already puts Genocide Team way up in the leaderboard, very much ahead of where Shaw Esport even was when we came into map number 2. So very good result here for Genocide Team, and certainly a strong statement as we are going to be coming into the third map very soon, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely the third round is going to be very interesting to see. But oh, just Pink Gold Esport having no mercy, as you say, brutal, savage, and reactive, having no mercy at all to the opponent. Meteor HG got punished. M42, I just felt like they had the best position. They had the best advancement, the best strategy. But as you said, the Uno reverse card came in, they got eliminated entirely. Kenes Boy, on the other hand, he was on point. Look at the shot. That's one. That's the second one. Better Mintero did not expect that Kenes Boy was on point with all the shots.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many really good moments come out of the second map here, and I think like for a lot of teams, it was just a chance for them to kind of stretch their legs a little bit. You know, having the map being a lot more wide open means that you're going to be scanning the horizon a lot before you're going to be able to find the targets, and that means you just mentally are able to put yourself in a place where you're going to have a clear idea in your mind about how you're going to approach some of these shots. You know, so. Nevertheless, though, it still came down to how the final circle landed in the end, because for Genocide Team, they were so lucky that the final circle literally landed on top of them. I think if it were a completely different situation where, let's say, it was Meteor HG who actually had the final circle land on top, I think they would have been in a way bigger advantage compared to Genocide Team, simply because of the high ground situation they're already in. So yeah, I think like sometimes the luck of the draw just happens like that. So yeah, as a team in these kind of situations, you're just gonna have to make the best of it. So I think HG did well enough. I don't think they maximized the amount of kills they could get. I think they got wiped out a little bit too early before they could actually lay maybe a couple more extra kills. But in the end, though, Genocide Team pretty much racked up a lot of those kills even before they got to this final circle. So that alone, I think, has already solidified their position in this leaderboard so far.
Yep, talking about the situation that Meteor HG was in, they were in round 1 with 4 points. They concluded round 1 with 4 points. This round, they got better placement with a bit of kills in the back, but feels like the positioning that they have was just unlucky, just unfortunate for them. As you say, if the circle lands on top of them, they are sitting on top of the hill. They had eagle eyes on anyone. They managed to get 2 players from the high ground. Just imagine the circle is on top of them. Totally agree with you. The circle was just so in favor in Genocide, and Genocide just took advantage and just capitalized that, maximize the kill points. But that is the end of round 2. Coming up will be round 3 as we'll be jumping into Sunhawk. We'll be moving all the players into the tropical plane as they will be flying off later. But before that, we will be going for a short break, and we have some of the messages right after this. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up?
gangsta wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Hey yo guys and gals, welcome back to ESL Mobile. This is the PUBG Mobile Season 2 Split 2 Open Finals. My name is Victor Kanks. Joining me here is Oon Magical. We're going to be setting up for our third map. That's going to be Sandhawk. So that's going to be completely different for you to battle here for our 16 competitors. But I still got to ask a simple question though. Where are all the other teams so far? I mean, we talked about Shaw Bay having taken the first chicken dinner. Now we got Genocide Team having taken the second chicken dinner. So let's see how the standings stack up right now for our top 16 here, Uwu, as we come to you now.
Yup, the top 16. To answer you, David, just look at how the standing falls up. After 2 rounds, our Genocide Team purely with the kill points able to jump and catapult themselves into the first placing with 44 points. Pink Gold Esports with the consistency without the chicken dinner with 43 points, giving them the second place. Meanwhile, Shaw Bay sitting on the third placing. I think some of the strategies, some of the early drops that they have was not in favor for them. They got counted out a lot, but they sit at the third place with 27 points. Fourth place, Ravenclaw Banyu Langit with 22 points. Fifth place, the team from Malaysia, the only team, Meteor HG, made it into the fifth place with 19 points. Sixth place will be by Diverso Heaven with 15 points. On the seventh place, Raptor Jasper with 13 points. Eighth place, Puma Excellab made themselves in the front page with 9 points. That means the other page will be the second page, the bottom 8. M42C sitting with 8 points, ties up with Nitro X, Beta Vincero. All of them share the same points, just the placing might be different, so it will be 9, 10 and 11 placing. 12 placing will be Grim Children with 7 points. 13th spot will be taken by Demigod, the Glass 2Gs with 6 points, ties up with STY Esports with 6 points as well. Meanwhile, on the 15th placing, Demigod Incognito with 4 points, and sitting at the bottom, KHI Esports still having the egg before the chicken. They are sitting at the bottom of the table with 0 points. They are still struggling, but they are trying their best. I do believe in a fairy tale because we have seen the fairy tale from the side of Green Esports. Can any of the team from the bottom card and the mid card catapult themselves to the top? I believe that some of the team is just warming up. They had bad drop point and bad positioning in their early drops. That's why I think it explains itself that why they got eliminated, why are they being pushed out into the lobby earlier. But I believe once the reset comes in, they might be able to pick up a battle spot. They might be able to venture into a different angle, venture into a different infiltration path itself. Because You might have two teams sharing the same drop point, but the way how you enter the drop point itself, are you going through the houses or are you going through the loot areas, the hot zones of the loot areas more, or are you going in much more aggressive? You have seen how Pingo Esport punish HG because they went into the same drop spot. HG went for the vehicle. Meanwhile, for Pingo Esports, they just took the vehicle, ran, find the weapons, and then re-engage the fight. So, as you said in before round 2, pre-round 2, you said, how are you looking at this? How are you picking out the heels of all of this? Gonna be very, very important. There's no clear cut on which team is gonna make a big lead. It's still close to everyone. Just that who had the smaller final details being sorted out, I believe.
Yeah, definitely mathematically the possibility is always there. You know, all it takes is just you having a way better round compared to everyone else, and hopefully the top guys having a really, really bad round so they maybe only get 1 or 2 points out of the entire points haul. But I think in the case of KHI Esports, it's especially perplexing because when you consider the fact that throughout Split 2, they were actually quite relatively successful. They not only had the top amount of kills out of the entirety of all the teams on the leaderboard here at 203 total. That was like, wow, that's 10 more than even the second closest, which was Genocide Team at 109. But even then, KHI haven't even made a single dent at all today, and I just wonder, is it just a day one performance issue for them perhaps? Maybe they just got up on the wrong side of the bed today, and that's why they have been a bit underperforming out these last 2 maps. Whatever the case is, though, hopefully, given that this is a much smaller map and very much a different pacing compared to the other 2, hopefully this will provide a good enough reset for our teams here, and hopefully KHI might be able to see their fortunes turn around somehow.
Yeah, the flight path, we got a glimpse of it. It is coming from the northwest side towards the southeast side of the whole map of Sunhawk. So it's going to be fairly neutral for a lot of teams. They are able to hit up to Paradise, Ban, Lakawi, Kampong is easily accessible, Sanmi is accessible, Painan is accessible. Basically, the whole map is much more accessible with this flight path, and I believe the loot is much more spread out for them. And this comes back to the first question of the day that you threw up. We were talking about the M249 that is on the ground loot. Joe Jam got shot down by Rage. M42, the squad is in Painan with 2 other squad, Puma Axel Lab and Grief Esport. This is going to be very interesting on how M42 is going to approach this. They can play back the same strategy that they have previous round.
Yep, I don't think Range is quite done yet because he spots another couple of people on the building just opposite from him. So he ducks inside just momentarily here to try to pick up maybe some additional boosters. Is there an energy drink or 2 he could make use of around here? Well, he's going to have to make it quick though because fight is just right around the corner. And all it's going to be one misstep around here that could spell the end of Range's run. So lots of teams very much crowded out here in this one tiny complex, and I kind of expected this given that the flight power was very neutral, and you know this is going to give ample time for the teams to kind of spread themselves very evenly all throughout the map. So I think in terms of the farming situation, it does mean that perhaps things may be a lot scarcer than you would expect, naturally, because most of the teams will have already farmed practically most of the good spots here. So we're going to be talking about maybe the last 20% of the map by the time we get through most of these farming stages here that are going to be pretty much left unexplored. So that might mean that, you know, whatever kind of good loot that some of these teams might happen on early here, they may want to be a little bit conservative about using them, simply because if they lose out on that, that may not be a chance for them to pick up anything similar for quite a while.
Yep, totally agree with what you said. Using the utility is going to be very, very important. How are you going to juggle it? Are you going to go for full alpha? Great checks On point for the high ground. Sticky, will he be able to be spotted out? But Phil will be able to for the refract checks will go down. And 42 stuck in a pit in a very hot pit. They have to be a bit more careful, but Triple F will be able to send one of the players from the side M42 back to the lobby. Means that Dragon and Phil will be the only two players to deal with the issue in front of them. 3 squad, possibility of a 4th squad coming in. This whole village by the water is just infested with a lot of humans, and Puma Axolab, they are holding on, they are trying to solidify that this is our village. Get out here.
Wow, I just love the tone of voice you have about, this village here. It just keeps on giving, doesn't it? I mean, we've got team after team just wandering with the way towards this water hole, only to find that it just simply calls to their downfall. That's going to be one member of Grimm's getting picked off there. I don't think he was expecting that. Nevertheless, though, well, the rest of his team, though, Sang and Archery are still going to be in the area here and is still going to be sticking around. I think Akri might have an angle here against Bawan Bang, but Bawan doesn't seem to be exposing himself way too much. Mr. Joe very much in a rock and a hard place here because there's a couple of enemies just in front of him in the form of M42. He sends a grenade down. Oh, that flashbang flashes himself, though. Doesn't quite do much to actually interrupt M42. They're still able to stay in position here for the defense as Mr. Joe now piles in front. Oh, he spots one down there. That's going to be Dragon who moves up in front here.
No.
He gets knocked down onto Mr. Joe now. Triple F moves up in front, trying to get a knockdown on him. No, Mr. Triple F gets knocked down as well. Now, Jump Jane is going to have to try to salvage this here. He almost gets knocked down towards the end there. His teammate is going to be able to finish it off there finally, but it seemed like Tuma could have easily caused this fight to end up really bad for themselves there. Luckily, Otto was able to keep things under control.
Yeah, just in that fight, I was thinking, could it be a 4th party coming in? Cause players from Shaw Bay was close by. They were able to pick one of the players from Grimm's itself, but Puma Axolab, they went in and made the push, take one down, go for the next one. As you say, the water hole in here is just infested a lot of people, and they have to be a bit more careful. Otto with his pajama sleepers, just thinking about how are they gonna venture out into the open. They are gonna share the loots. They are gonna restock themselves with whatever utilities that they can find and make 4th, 5th, the next venture. But they have to be a bit more careful. They are in the circle. That's one checkpoint for them, but they need more loots. They need more utilities. They are sitting quite low on utilities. Yeah, armor are not that good. Their backpack is kind of average out for themselves, but feels like they need more of a hunting ground right now. They just need more better equipment in hand.
Yeah, I think James just really needs more health kits in general. I don't think they have a lot of first aid kits between themselves even. So, yeah, I think that's the kind of like loot pressure that a lot of teams are going to be facing throughout. And look at that KHI, they have health kits for days for demigods here. So some teams just gonna have a lot better loot than others here. So I think like one way for teams to patch their lack of loot is to sometimes take a little bit more risk by finding some extra fights. Demigods managed to find one. The KYY doesn't quite secure the knockdown though. KYY is able to hit the deck just in the nick of time there. So Demigod here for KHI is not going to be able to confirm this kill at the moment. But Diverso now knows that there's a team right out on the island here, so that's shooting across from them. So they might be a little bit cognizant about whether or not they want to cross that bridge when the time comes. But for now, though, KHI can pretty much rest themselves quite well in this sector here. It seems like they have quite a decent amount of loot. Moscow might have just spotted a very easy kill just in front of him, and that's going to be elimination on the ship for Z. That's so unfortunate there. ST Woi Esport currently have lost one member and are thinking of going for the counter attack right now. Are they going to be able to do so without taking too much damage? Because Moscow basically got a really good ambush there.
Oh
So
my
was not expecting
god!
that at all. No, Ryzen, wrong place, wrong time there, my friend. A grenade's gonna be sent yet again there to maybe catch out Ryzen. But looks like they have other troubles coming from behind as the Demigods team has now arrived into this very sector here, providing pressure on top of the hill here for Genocide team. Now Moscow is going to try to clear out this one here. Oh, the smoke is going to be brought out here, so we know someone's going to be coming in, no doubt, for the revive. He's going to go out and flush them
What?
over the cliff. That's going to be a quick kill there as Ryzen gets taken down. That's going to be Pleasant as well, getting picked off on the side though. So with Boy getting taken out, I think ST Roy has
Oh,
just been
no.
eliminated from this lobby.
Yeah, ST Void just sitting at a very bad angle. Moscow capitalizing every single angle, punishing the opponent. STY just fell to the ground. Moscow bringing it hard to the enemy, and I believe one of the players on the side of Genocide team have an M249. This is going to be really interesting, especially they are up in the hill, up in the mountains. Demigod pushing on. Demigod declares 2Gs. They are pushing up onto Genocide team. Can they capitalize on this surprise attack? But Genocide team, they might be able to spot out, but no information on which angle. That's the question. They can toss out a couple of utilities just to fish out some information. There you go. That's what.
Oh,
What a Kobe coming in.
that's the thing, because throughout all of that, Genocide was not being pressured in any kind of way. So no matter what, the longer Demigod stayed, it's gonna get worse and worse for them. Now Moon's gonna scramble now to try to get a knockdown.
Oh.
He's gonna get the knockdown instead. Now Yob is gonna try to get the trade there. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to leave Moon for his own devices at the moment as he's waiting the revive to come in. Yob now is gonna try to wrap around the wrap around the hill here. While Solix, no, Solix gonna get himself completely taken out of the game completely. And Samigod's now losing 2 members. It's gonna be up to Yob now to try to salvage this, but he's only got 1 member to try to revive here, and they're using him literally for bait right on top of the hill. Yob now is gonna get flanked from the side by Super Kid, and that's gonna be the sealing of the deal there, the last nail in the coffin, as it were, as Demigods get sent back to the lobby. Now a fight breaking out here in Team 16 and Team 10. It's going to be Ravenclaw versus Pink Gold, and looks like Pink Gold got the better of the other team.
Yeah, Pink Go in the area, telling Ravenclaw to get back into the lobby, just not to face them again. But Division 7 on the other side of the Sunhawk is pushing up on KHI, the team that was shooting onto them. KHI Demigod was trying to knock one of the players down from the side of Division 7, but Division 7 having enough of it, pushing onto the zone of KHI. Didn't spot out anyone yet, so they might just exfil. They're gonna get into a vehicle, but I really am interested to know where is this circle at, cause like how is the circle splitting the whole map? Cause and there's 3 places it could be, but the most important we should not forget is the 4th one, that is the body of water. If the circle lands in the body of water, this is gonna be really tough for all of the players. 12 squad, 39 players. We are moving into the 4th phase.
I think Puma Excellent might be gate kept a little bit here by Shaw Bay. If they're not too careful, Zhao James going to be facing the brunt of the attack here, but Gang is going to get knocked by the side there thanks to Triple F getting good flank. That's going to be 1 kill there, perhaps second one, as Tatsuya now scrambles to try to rejoin the rest of his team. Shaw now is going to be down to practically 2 right now as Puma Excellent successfully staves off this ambush attack and keeps 4 of the members still alive. So Shaw Bay right now very much in trouble here. The first chicken dinner taker looking very much having their chances cut in half here before this map is done on Sandhawk.
Yep. Shaw Bay, they have to be a bit careful. The circle drops onto Camp Alpha west of the mountain and it's moving towards Camp Alpha. We might have a deja vu. We have seen how Camp Alpha unfolds. This time it's not nearer towards the mountain, but it's nearer towards the coast itself. I think for Team Shaw Bay, they might want to take the water routes, just jump into the water, swim towards the other side. If they need to heal, make a pit stop, heal up, get into placement, get into safety. Going up against Puma Lab might not be the option, but Puma Lab exfil. They actually exfil instead of gatekeeping the players. Because 10 seconds more till the circle closes. So all the players, they are huddling up. They are moving into the zone. They are moving into the safety. Mr. Joe in the lead for Puma Lab. Otto is still yet out in sight for Puma Lab. I do hear gunfire coming in.
I think it was Nitro and the other demigods Incognito, who are locked in a bit of a fight. I think I see a member of Raftails get into the mix as well. That's Astaroth right now, actually quite close to where Nitro X currently is based, or rather set up in, which is at the southern tip of where this circle is landing here, this next circle. So let's see what Nitro is going to try to do here. We got S-Rip on the outside. He might spot some movement from Puma, maybe, but he seems to be keeping a perimeter for the rest of his team while they continue to set themselves inside that village. Pink Gold Esports are right now locked in the battle with KHI. It looks like Rank Kit, it's going to be right up in front there to try and actually get some kills here. H2R is going to be able to get a revive on his teammate there. Now he's going to try to bring some pressure here onto KNS Boy, who's ducking down, keeping himself low to the ground here. H2R might burst his way out of the building here, hopefully put a little bit of a struggle here onto KNS. He opens up the door, but cannot quite spot where KNS is, and unfortunately has to play ring around a Rosie as KNS Boy gives him the slip and actually flanks around on the left-hand side. Now H2R is going to try to keep in control while the blue zone engulfs him. He managed to get one knockdown onto one of the members of Pink Gold Esport. Turns around, picks up about some painkillers, while the rest of the team tries to scan around for the other survivors here from Pink Gold Esports. H2R walks around the outside here, facing no fire and no pressure at all. Is going to be able to join the rest of his team here as they move towards the inside of the circle here. Now Pink Gold Esports are able to regroup and recollect their teammates. H2R now fires back here and is able to get a kill onto one of the members of Pink Gold, just stopping them in their tracks right now. Two of the members are going to get taken out inside the blue zone there. I think Pink Gold might be down to their last legs here as we enter the fifth circle.
Yeah, Pink Gold gets eliminated by the last player from the side of Beta with 0. And Beta picking a very interesting position. They are playing by the coast, they are playing right at the edge, but meanwhile, we do see players, they are playing the water route. Mr. Joe, can he spot? Oh! He just missed. He just missed.
Oh, he's going to walk straight into Meteor HG right now, but he's going to be able to send a grenade out in front. Hopefully that will be able to do some damage maybe, or knock down or two. That does a bit of damage onto Shaw of Meteor HG, but it's definitely alerted them to Mr. Joe's presence as now he tries to flank them on the right hand side. It's going to be a 1v3 here practically because his teammate has just got knocked down. Triple F is on the ground right now as Mr. Joe still sets up by the rock. He sends a grenade down onto the left hand side, keeps the pressure going onto Meteor HG. Ify is all the way in the back there. Oh, the magic catch Mr. Joe, and he's down on the ground. Now Jamie is going to try to regroup the rest of his team here, but I think the damage has been done because Mr. Joe is left out on the lurch and in a very exposed position here. Meteor HG is going to be pulling back, but it looks like they're facing a lot of trouble themselves as Grims is bringing the hurt straight onto them. Now Zhao James is going to be able to use this distraction here, try to regroup Mr. Joe and hopefully get a revive in, but he needs to stay alive though as his health drops dangerously close here as he is stuck outside in the blue zone. Now Zhao Jane's gonna try to send a grenade down as Beta continues to bring the hurt onto Vito HG, cutting them down to only 2 now. Kaifi and Yong are the only members left. They're gonna try to fight around the outside, but that's leaving Beta Vincero. Perfect target there to try to eliminate them. Oh, and the shots come true with Beta. Vape is gonna be able to eliminate Guma Exolab as well. Oh my goodness, the Verso Heaven scrambling to try to get in on the action as well, are facing a lot of trouble themselves as one of the members get knocked down by Beta Vincero, who are just laying a hurt all over the map right now. It looks like they're ready to lay claim on the 6th circle.
You're just looking at how the positioning of Beta Vincero. They got every single corner covered, front, back, even the water itself. They have a side in it. They do not finish Meteor HG, as Meteor HG will be able to bring themselves up as the speak of the down while the customer that you do see Yang being brought down. Super Kid is down on the ground and he went in for the finisher. Super Kid just deals one away below the nose of Beta Vincero. Beta Vincero knows there's one player below there and they are gonna kill Maria. Back into the lobby as the next comes in, we'll send him back. So we have 3 teams left. Beta, Vincero, we do have Demigod. Who else we have? We do have one more team due. Is 2 teams now left. This is gonna be very interesting on how Demigod is gonna approach this, because this is gonna be super extremely hard. 4 versus 2. The number of schemes is in favor for Beta Vincero. They have the high ground. They have everything. They have the circle right on top of them. Demigod just has to play into the hand of Beta Vincero. And goes down. He will try his best as the player for Beta Vincero. Peekaboo, I'll see you. Sending them back to the lobby. Congratulations to Beta Vincero as they pick up their first chicken dinner with 7 kills in the bag. Meanwhile, on 2nd place, Demigod will be able to walk away with 2nd place. The Visual Heaven live on the 3rd place, and the rest is on the leaderboard. But Victor, just looking at this round 3 itself on Sanhok, it feels like we have a bit of confrontation in the early stage. Then it slowly mature and died down. Quite a 1 versus 1 team fight itself, and then everything just falls in plan. Are they waiting to reset themselves on the 4th round?
I think it's just the nature of how fights end up in Sandhawk. You know, naturally, you got a variety of terrain that actually ends up happening throughout this whole island here. You know, from the little huts all the way to big hills and even island sections here. So I think like it's just the way the circle kind of ended up near this side of the hill here kind of made the fighting a lot more wide open. But I think overall, like Beta Vincero just utilized their terrain to the fullest there. They had a perfect base set up naturally, and of course they also had the good luck of having the circle land up very close to where they were set up initially by the time they got to that 5th round. So I think from that point onwards, it's just a matter of maximizing opportunities. And so far, I think one thing that has to be said though is that I think compared to the other 2 maps, we didn't see an abundance of kills being stacked onto any one team necessarily. I believe it was Genocide, which was able to pick up, I think, 10 kills in total, and then followed by, I think it was Puma X to let the match rack up about 9 kills. So if anything at all, it's just a matter for, I think for the teams, the main goal was to see whether or not they can maximize some additional kills here. The placements, it's going to naturally depend a lot on their performance through the map itself, but I think some of the top teams have done quite well to maximize their kill points here and hopefully put a good claim to themselves, at least when it comes to the leaderboard by the end of map number 3.
Yep, do agree with you. Like on Painan itself, we have seen a couple of fights here and there are a couple of fights break out, but I feel like the kills was spread out all around for all the teams to capture. Better win zero. Congratulations to them. They managed to capture the third chicken dinner of the day, but it's their first one. They still have 2 more rounds to go. Can they capitalize? Can they build a comeback? We have to put that on hold as all the players, they have to reset themselves because they will be going into round number 4 back to Randall. And guess with that, we will see you guys in a bit.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo guys and gals, welcome back to the ESL Mobile. My name is Vector Cax. Joining me here is Ood Magical. We're here to bring you PUBG Mobile Season 2 Split 2 Open Finals Day number 1. So after having witnessed 3 maps already, that was Erangel, then Miramar, then Sandhawk, now he's going to be back to Erangel yet again for map number 4. So coming into this now, Uwu, what's going to be your expectations for our top 16?
Talking about the top 16 for today. It's very up in the open, but I do believe we have the standings. Let's take a look of the standings, because with the standing itself, I think we have a clearer picture, and we can see on the top Genocide team sitting on top with that chicken dinner still holding on. Just based on the kills itself, they are sitting at 62 points, followed up by Pink Gold Esports, still having that grip onto the second place. The consistency coming in for them, they have 50 points in the back for them. Shaw Bay coming in on the third place with 33 points. Beta Win Zero, the team that has the chicken dinner on the third round, they managed to grab the fourth place with 30 points. The Visual Heaven on fifth place with 29 points. Meteor HG on the sixth place with 27 points. The 7th and 8th place is split by placement itself. They are tied up with 22 points. That is Ravenclaw, Bayou Langit, and Puma Excellent. Nothing much changes on the top 8, just a shit around on placement. Meanwhile, on the second page, the bottom 8, Demigod Incognito slowly climbing up this time. They are sitting at 90 points on the 9th place. 10th placing is by Raptal Jasper with 15 points. 11th placing will be by Nitro X with 10 points. 12th and 13th place will be tied up by M42C and Grimm's Chosen. The bottom 3, on the 14th place, Demigod, the Glass 2Gs with 7 points, and at the bottom 2, it's 15th and 16th place, just ties up ST War Esports with 6 points. KHI Esports finally getting their points in at 2 placement points. They ties up the bottom 2, but do believe they still have a chance to climb back up. Not much of a big difference from the mid to the bottom card itself, but the top card starts to break away. Now we start to see the trend. 2 teams start to break away. How far can they build? How much can they build into the lead? So that going on to day 2 itself is going to be harder for the teams in mid card to even catch up. The top 2 teams, it's going to be really, really important. The last 2 games for today is where they need to build up as much points, maximize the effort, maximize every kills, as you say, maximizing every opportunity that they have, and grab those points and put it in their bag, and by end of the day hopefully they're still standing on top.
Yeah, and I think quite critically for our top two right now, Genocide Team and Pink Gold Esports, that they're very competitive with each other in terms of kills. I mean, right now, Genocide Team, of course, are living up to their name because they are currently having the highest amount of kills out of our top 16 right now. But given that Pink Gold is still able to take second on the leaderboard, despite the fact they haven't even taken a single chicken dinner yet, does mean that their strategy of prioritizing a lot on taking fights and earning kills is certainly paying off a lot now that we're entering this fourth map. So I'm hoping that they will still continue to be consistent enough in that regard, still continue to rack up a lot of kills, and I feel that eventually it's going to be a question of it's going to be a question of when, not if, or whether or not Pink Gold Esport is going to chicken dinner. I think if we were not going to be able to see that today, there's a high chance we probably might see that happen tomorrow even.
Yep, definitely do agree with you. Chicken dinner for today, there's only 2 chances left. There's 40% for them to grab, but they had to split up to 16 teams. Only 1 team can get per round. But if they can go for back-to-back, that's going to be an interesting one, because we have seen a couple of teams that play in the qualifiers, they are able to do the back-to-back, even the trifecta itself, 3 chicken dinner back-to-back. This is going to be impressive, but doing it in the open final too, with this lineup of teams that is fighting for it, it's kind of hard. The numbers stack up against you. But to hold on to a lead is a different story. To hold on to the consistency, that's a different story. Pink Gold Esport is just the number, it's just the statistic to go up against. We host the best aggressive attacking game plan that we have. No chicken dinner, it's fine. We can try to catch up by placement and kill points. And I feel like the last 2 maps for the day, the last 2 rounds as well, is going to be really, really important, and they definitely want to maximize every single opportunity and every single team that they encounter. They want to get the best out of it. They want to maximize utilities not being used so that they can venture into the later phase, maximize kills, maximize movement so that they do not get hindered by any damage onto their armor or onto their helmet. They do not want to go into the late phase with damaged equipment.
And you gotta imagine as well that when you're already put in that kind of position, the amount of pressure that's going to be on you to perform for the rest of the day. That's why, in these kind of situations, it's so important to have a very good coach or a very good team manager who can help the team kind of like organize their priorities to make sure that the team is very much focused on the objective that they have to achieve during this day. It's already, I think, like half the job is already done in order to put themselves already up in the top half of the leaderboard. Now the job is going to continue for them to maintain that position and stay consistent in their performance for the rest of today, and so that hopefully by the time that we've finished round 5 for today, that we're going to be seeing these teams still very much competitive on the top of the leaderboards. So that's why I think like this is going to be a good opportunity for some of these teams right now to get a bit of a mental reset, and also at the same time to given that this is going to be a repeat of Erangel, like I said before, it's going to be an opportunity for them to retry certain strategies that may not have worked out well in that first round. So in particular, for the teams that are going to be in the lower cards there, I'm hoping that this will present an opportunity for them to be able to fight the way out of that lower half there, and hopefully start to be part of the top 8 here, and put themselves in a good position to continue to compete for this championship here going into this open finals for day number 2. And I mean, on that note though, for those viewers who are watching at home, you guys should really consider subscribing to this channel, and as well as following us on Twitch here, because this is where all the action lies, especially when it comes to all our events here in ESL Mobile. So with PUBG Mobile continuing its open finals tomorrow, you make sure you don't want to miss that out, because that will be the conclusion for all our top 16 teams here in the split number 2.
Yeah, so it as we are jumping into match number 4 of the day. It will be back in a wrangle, splitting from the northern towards the southern, from shooting range all the way to military base. This is going to be the flight path. This is going to be the route they choose. They can go towards the west, which is going to be a hospital, Gatka Quarry. They can fly towards Rozok School, Pochinki Farm, due is the are teams that is dropping out early into Jojo Pool. We will be expecting a very heavy firefight in the early few minutes. It's gonna be very exciting because I want to see who will stand tall. And definitely, just talking about the teams, I felt like M42C, one of the teams that is super coordinated, but they always lack the finisher. They always lack the opportunity to finish the whole fight. What do you think about that, Victor?
We haven't really seen them put a lot of presence in the final circles quite yet. So, no doubt, I think they're trying very hard on their side in order to be able to find those opportunities. What I do find interesting though here is the fact that Genocide team jumped out so early to take control over the top northern side. We do see the circle actually favoring itself a lot more to the western side here, and actually encompasses a huge body of water. So I wonder if your kind of prediction of having a circle within the water is going to be coming true anytime soon, but this certainly looks like a opportunity for that kind of scenario to play itself out, I have to say.
You can see 80% of the teams they are in the safety of the circle. There's like a couple of teams, 2 to 3 teams, moving away from the circles because they want to maximize the loot before going into the mid towards the late phase. But we do hear some casualty around. Will be by Shop Bay. They will be able to pick up a couple of kills in hand, but we are on board on pink gold is by the team that still hold on to the second place real strong, not giving up that second place. Consistency, killing enemy, that is what they have in the hand. M42C on the other hand, they have a team in the opposite compound in Pochinki. This is gonna be hot. This is gonna be fiery. Is he gonna pick up a bow, a crossbow especially?
Well, for M42's sake, I hope they actually have a good fight here, because get eliminated early on here means they're going to be in massive trouble towards the end of the fights here, and it looks like they've done well to get one knockdown so far. As Dragon now tries to get himself up onto the top of the roof here in order to get a better view of this fight. Now, Nitro X is still continuing to try to pile into some better areas here. EZRP almost gets picked off there by range. Mesh duck in the big building just in the nick of time, as Claire is now bringing some shots down towards one of the members on the outside. That's going to be Magma from Nitro X, who's currently caught on the outside here, as Kaler is going to be picking up some additional items on his side. He doesn't quite have a health kit, and I don't think he really has many good weaponry on his own, because he only comes Max 10 as well as CZ9. Ooh, that's going to be range finally putting in the kill onto one of the members from Nitro X, and he's going to be searching for some additional ones. Dragons here, a lot of footsteps right below him on that rooftop here, as Fleur is going to get pushed up here. He's going to be able to get one knockdown. He gets the kill onto Magma, now ducks down to the bottom side here to see if he can continue to fight on here. Unfortunately, he's going to get himself knocked down, but his teammates will be able to follow up the kills, bring in the trade, and get elimination done onto Nitro X.
Yeah, what a play by M42C. They are able to finally popping off a bit too late. They might finally hatch the egg and become a chicken. They might get the chicken dinner as well today, but we have to see how is the momentum going to bring them towards the end for round number 4. This is going to be super stack up against them, because M42, they always had that trouble in the early stage, and finally they break that and they are able to move on. They eliminated one team. Can they keep on moving forward with that morale, with that momentum? just look forward and get more kills in the back for them and get better placement.
Boy Esports are farming quite close by to another team at the moment, and I'm not too sure if they're actually aware of that situation at this point. Now that's actually Ravenclaw, Banyu Langit, who are currently on the eastern side there compared to where ST Boy are currently. But it doesn't seem that either team are interested in poking each other at this point, so I think they could pretty much farm in peace at least until inevitably are going to be encountering the other. But at least for now, it's going to be focal point more on getting the maximum amount of equipment and utilities that you can. Health kits, that's definitely very much appreciated. Attachments may not be that big of a priority. Vehicles, now that is going to be something very useful here, as we see SC Roy might be picking up a couple of wheels just about now here as Plassen brings that motorbike a little bit closer to home now as he regroups with the rest of ST Roy, who I think are just about finished their farming run about now.
Yep, Asteroid, they might be done with their arm race right now. They definitely want to start engaging teams. So with the vehicles that they have in hand, it might be optimum to engage, but not that optimized to exfil. Because with the bike, you're open up to gunshots every single area and every single angle itself. With a car or even a UAZ, you might have a fair chance of just getting away. And there you go. K2 will be able to spot out another vehicle. This is going to be big for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shaw Bay, they are moving towards the circle. They are driving in, so they are moving slowly and surely closer and creeping in to Malta. This is the first place where they got their first chicken dinner. Can they repeat the same formula and get their second chicken dinner of today? Whoa,
Agree with them at this point because they're actually getting quite close to where the blue zone's border is here, to just pick up some last minute farm, and that's actually quite close by to where I think KHI was, so not sure if that's actually a good idea in the long run, but certainly they are taking as much risk as they want here in order to maximize their farm, so I can't really fault them for that. So in the meantime, Sean Bay's other members here, Tatsuya, finds a nice little building to hold himself inside. I think that's just inside the circle here, so I think this could be the next base of operations that Shaw Bay will be operating out of, and certainly they're looking to try to repeat their performance from map 1 here, round 1, in order to try to get a chicken dinner yet again. But so far, in the other maps, they haven't really kept up well in terms of kill points, so I'm afraid that alone might be hurting the chance a little bit of competing against Genocide Team or Pink Gold Esports when it comes to the top of the leaderboards.
I have a question, Victor. I'm just curious because on the left, the kill feed itself, I saw an incident happen that is Raptor Jasper, the Freak J, falling to his death. So I'm pretty curious, how did he fall to his death in Erangel? Kind of hard, I would say, because the buildings, whenever you jump out, you still survive somewhat.
I mean, there's still like water towers, and I think there was a church as well on top of the hill. That's one other place I could think of where you will drop and definitely get some damage. I mean, again, it might be a lot more difficult to find places like that, definitely on Erangel, but certainly not beyond the realm of possibility, that's for sure.
Just curious what happened to the Freak J. Just kind of curious, falling to his death. Kind of worrisome for the side of Raptor Jasper losing one of the teammates, but the future yet to be known for Raptor Jasper. They might be still in the game itself, but we are on ST Boy. They are grouping up. We do see one of the players from the side of Ravenclaw coming in from the north side. It's more of a northeast side. Najol is scouting out. So I'm not sure will Najol be able to score out one of the players, but Demigod will be able to take down Demigod Rio. So there is going to be a fight starting. Audi on the other hand will be getting pushed after Lefrigi. There you go. Healthy back up on his feet, saying hello to everyone at home.
Yeah, just looking like a very crowded area here for them to fight in, but Raftel so far still has the majority of the members still intact and haven't really taken much damage, but neither have they taken any kills really. So they're hoping to get
Whoa.
some knockdowns here onto Glaciers. That's going to be one hit onto Hate. Can he get another follow-up though? X-Blue seems to be missing most of those shots, and now it's going to be facing a lot of pressure there from the side as Ravenclaw actually joins in this fight and is becoming a big third party now into Raspel Jasper's own position. So Audi Mike tries to return some fire there, trying to get a knockdown chance, but I don't think he has a good sideline there. In fact, he's going to be taking some damage of its own as Raven continues to return fire onto Raftel. So this is looking like a bad situation for them right now because they attempted to try to get a shot onto one team, but another team has now come along and forced them now to face that pressure.
Yup, Rafter Jasper getting sandwich from the north and from the west side. Suppressing fire coming in, but not much of a big one because they still survive. No casualty yet from the side of Rafter Jasper. But if another team comes and pushes into this compound area, definitely Rafter Jasper is in a bit of a pickle. But put that on hold as we move on to Ruins, Grims. They might be going up against Genocide, the team that collects a lot of kills. Can they hold on? Grims on the other hand checks, trying to find a way to push up this hill. It's going to be a bit hard because it has a bit of a bunker and a sandbag area where it's going to make the climbing aspect difficult. Shooting at it is difficult. Finding and person around that area is going to be difficult. Just prepare, and as you can see, checks shot, just gonna unload all the bullets that he has in hand, but it hits nothing but a support area, a defending area. So checks will try again and try to go for some damage, but he does hear gunshot going down range.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird area to try to gain control of here, but nevertheless, he still attempted to try to get some shots there with the micro Uzi, which I don't think has a lot of range in particular. So I wonder if it was wise even to try to open fire there. Now that does give Genocide team information that there's a team just hiding inside the ruins area, but I guess the question really for Genocide at that point is whether or not they want to try to pursue this, because fighting inside the ruins area can be a bit tricky, given there's not a lot of cover area inside, and any team worth their salt will be able to set up a good ambush position, that's for sure. So for now though, I don't think Grims will be able to do much, to be honest, against Genocide, and neither is Genocide going to be able to do much against Grims. So very much going to be holding position here and just waiting out and seeing if either one of these teams want to make a move first, or just wait until the next circle appears and decide where they want to try to move this tactically from the next stage.
Yep, just waiting for the circle. That is the best option that they have. Aki still gonna jump around, try to get that pixel peek if possible to see if any movement around the top of the hill, but put down whole M42. See, going up against Demigod, and Ravenclaw is coming inbound. KVN making a run for it. Can he run into safety or run into the hands of Ravenclaw? Phil will cook a nade. Can he land it? Will not make the connection of destruction, but Phil will be able to get some damage received by the other side. Will be by Ravenclaw. Phil has to be a bit more careful. They will have to pop some smoke, some utilities for safety. They are in the circle. KVM on the other hand, he has to find a way to get out of this pincer. He is set in a pickle. between Ravenclaw and M42. And Kayla has to pop some of the needs, pop some of the utilities, and even pop some of the mats itself to just keep into the safety range. On the other hand, Ravenclaw, they have a good angle downside. They are able to spot out the players from the side of M42. If they keep on keeping the player from M42 in check, they might hold them down, but they are thinking of running out. They are thinking of exfilling from this site.
Yeah, because Raven's been keeping them pinned, so that's why I found that a little bit weird. Because KVN, I think, is in such an angle that he really wasn't getting pressure at all from Raven, but Raven in the meantime was just pulling a lot of shots on the M42, so that kind of put a little bit of a problem on them as they attempted to try to flush out KVN. So now they're thinking about exfilling, but it seems to have canceled that idea at the moment here, as like Grims and Genocide decide to try to meet each other in battle, and it looks like the Genocide might have lost a member of their own in that process. Few in the meantime still keeps an eye on that angle there. They know Ravenclaw is still on the opposite end of the road there, but they still have the problem with KVN still at the bottom of where their village is. So Few is going to send a grenade, and that actually might have landed straight onto KVN. So that pretty much puts an end now to one of the members of Demigod Incognito, as Pink Gold Esports wanders into the fray here, and I think they might be drawing some attention from Ravenclaw there, which proves but no, M42 now gets himself shot upon by Pink Gold Esports, who sees them out in the open and realizes this might be something free for us to go and pick up, and that might be an easy kill.
Oh, two players down from the side of M42. See the players from the side of Pink Gold Esports making a push range, trying to jab the first aid kit as fast as possible. He will be able to heal up, but how much can he do to the enemy? He has to cook the nade. He will be tossing up. Will it connect? It will connect onto two. Will not be doing much. He really only 20 plus damage, but range still holding on at the rocky terrain. Is quite a weird angle to hold, because no one can see you, you can't see the enemy, but he will be dig. Range still holding on. Pingo on the other hand will be able. Range will be knocked down. Living Dragon, the last player from the side of M42, but there is another team coming in from the other side. They might be interested in this confrontation. Dragon trying to go for more, trying to aim downside. Will be able to take one down. What a sneaky left and right pick. He will have to cook the nade. He will have to toss it out. But too bad in my can as boys by the side. Here comes Shaw. He is on the high ground. Due east of them will be Diviso. However, this is going to be really sticky for a lot of teams.
In the meantime, we're attempting to get a fight against the Puma, but not against third party by the Verso Heaven. Lafreak Day taking a lot of damage from his side there as Sizzy continues to spray onto him, forcing Lafreak Day to pop out his smoke. In the meantime, Puma has one member currently knocked down, and they are going to be able to get a revive, I think, from the distance. As Sizzy continues to try to gatekeep from its distance here, but that circle is going to be closing up very soon. Raptel tries to regroup here in order to pick up the members, but it seems like Sizzy is not going to be able to get any more knockdowns from this range here. He does see the buggy right around the outside and attempts to try to spray some additional shots down here, but still not able to get the knockdowns quite yet though. He is doing some damage, I feel, but let's point out to Lafreak. That's going to be a knock onto X-Blues, I think, or rather a lot of damage on X-Blues. Finally does Sizzy get the knockdown onto X-Blues, and Ravel Jespers might quickly find themselves stuck in a quandary now, because they're out in the open and their only cover they have in that position is just the smoke. Sizzy continues to try to spray from its position. Now on to Puma X Celeb. Mr. Joe might get caught out on the side here. In the meantime, KHI continues to fight here against Grims, who managed to set themselves up onto the hillside just around where KHI is. Now KHI decided to set themselves up inside the ruins here, and that proves to be quite a lot of cover that they can make use of, and pretty much keeps them in a very safe position. However, the circle is unfortunately spawned on the opposite end, so KHI now has to move out, and that's going to put them in a little bit of harm's way.
no,
Demigod is going to get
Demigod.
caught out a little bit on the side now. Damaso is going to try to return fire. I don't think it's going to be able to get the knockdown quite yet, but he does force Grims to try to back off from that fight right about now. So KHI still is able to try to regain some equilibrium right about now, but they need to quickly exfil themselves out of this situation unless they're going to get themselves knocked out of contention. The Rankit is going to try to rejoin with Damaso now. They will have a nice little bunker over here to try to set up a position to shoot and fight, especially against Genocide Squad and Grims, who currently Grims I don't see on the map. I think they just got themselves eliminated while we were focused onto KHI, as Genocide right now are getting swarmed from all directions here as they just about enter the circle, but only to meet a might of fire coming from inside the circle itself. I see Meteor HG having set up on the high ground here, while Genocide has just found themselves on the border now, trying to fight against KHI for survival.
Yup, Genocide fighting for survival. Meteor HG standing on the high ground. STY coming in for some fight, some confrontation, but Rankin will be able to nail down ST Ryzen. Will be knocked down, and I believe that is the end of ST Roy journey, but no, still one more player to go. Players from the side of KHI. Still 4 men up. Oh, Ranky got knocked out. Can he get a rest of the muscle? Has to bring him ahead to be a bit more careful. Demigod on the push on the other flank will be targeting onto the Genocide, but Genocide already exfilled. The circle is growing smaller. Oh no! Pink Gold Esports will be eliminated. That means we are down to the count. This is going to be 16 players in the game. Division right next to another squad. Who could it be? We have to figure it out, but KHI is just by the corner. They will be Ravenclaw or not. Ravenclaw not will be holding on the west side of Division Heaven, and Division Heaven creeping up. This is a good opportunity for Not to play the safety. He can be a part of Division Heaven. When Division Heaven make the push, he just needs to stay behind and use them as a cover. Use the opponent for a cover. That is the 300 IQ play that they can do. But this could be hard. This is going to be really hard as KHI making on the onslaught and the pressure. The muscle shooting down range. Can he get onto 70 ship before Z? He is going to make a run for it, but no! The muscle will connect the shot. Another player will go down. That is it. We are left with the last 4 team, 11 players. Ravenclaw still in the game. Do have Meteor HG, the only team from Malaysia, 1 up against 15 others. Can the Malaysian boys win it, or could it be another team? Rivernon still playing the red game, still up alive. Genocide 2 men up. KHI still have a healthy lineup of 4. This is going to be really hard for Ravenclaw to clutch. Not holding on. He's cooking the knee. He's throwing in. He has to pop the first 8 kit. Stay alive. They know where it's not, and now will be blown into smithereens.
3 teams now remain here. The circle is going to be closing up very soon. I hope HG has already counted their blessings here, because they're in the best position now to try to get the chicken dinner, given they still have a full team intact. The only problem is they don't really have much health to go around between them. Now, they do have some health kits. Faye in particular does have 3, so perhaps you could try to share a bit of healing out and about, but the thing is, this team is a little bit spread out at the moment, and they need to be so, because Genocide and KHI is still vying for that chicken dinner, as they are as well. So that circle is going to end up on the outside here. No surprise whatsoever, but it does mean that Meteor HG now has to move out of that position and in order to try to meet KHI and Genocide into the field here to fight against them. So that's a little bit of a disadvantage here. They're going to try to wait it out a little bit while KHI and Genocide continue to try to reposition themselves. HG now try to move out in front. They manage to spot out Moscow and they continue to spray him down and hopefully keep him suppressed on the other side of the horizon. Now Faye's going to try to make a break for it. Unfortunately, I think he's a little bit too exposed there. Might have almost got himself knocked down, but fortunately he's able to duck down onto the ground just in the nick of time. Now Kai is going to try his best to keep an eye on the Super Kid as well as Moscow. He tries to go for some shots that doesn't quite land onto Super Kid, who is able to regroup together in Moscow just up by the edge of the horizon. Now, the rest of KHI are going to be joining in this fight as well. They're going to be bringing in the vehicles at the same time. So, looks like Meteor HG is going to have to work caught up with them if they really want to try to get this dinner. Genocide in the meantime are facing a lot of pressure on the outside as Moscow gets himself knocked down. I think he might be out for the count very, very soon as the rest of KHI continues to move up. They manage to get a knockdown onto Kai. Super Kid crawls on the ground there, moving towards Meteor HG position, and hopefully is trying to find a kill. But no, he gets spotted out in the nick of time there by Rank Kid. KHI now gets up onto the ground here. They are going to eliminate Meteor HG to take the chicken dinner for themselves. Finally, KHI Esports finds the result they were looking for. 11 kills for them in total, and that's a very good haul here for round number 4.
Yeah, congratulations to KHI, a fairy tale for them. From the bottom to the top, they managed to collect their own chicken dinner. 11 kills, as you say, that is enough points, and that should be enough for them to be catapulted from the bottom cards towards the mid card. Maybe in the possibility into top 8 as well. This is going to be super good for the side of KHI Esports. Can they repeat the same thing that they did in this round into Miramar in the next round? It is going to be up to them to do. This is the start and up from the side of KHI. Maybe they are the late bloomers of the PUBG Mobile for today. Can they hold on? They took 3 rounds to warm up, and the 4th round they got themselves a chicken dinner. Can they repeat the same thing in the 5th round? But without further ado, we have to take a look at how round 4 unfolds and how KHI hold on from the ruins all the way to the end, collecting kills, collecting the placement, and even collecting the chicken dinner.
Try to review some of the action here, but it's safe to say I think this new round of Wrangle here pretty much played out similar to how the first one did, in the sense that, you know, the teams here I think have already gotten quite a good feel already about each other and are just feeling the confidence now to just go out and take a lot of fights. This, of course, what we see here was a very unusual situation whereby M42 got themselves third party a little bit by Ravenclaw while they tried to get a kill to KVN. Now, they were able to finally get the kill to KVN, but unfortunately with Pink Gold Esports joining into the fray there wasn't much left there for M42 to stand on by the time they were through. Then, of course, by the time we got to these final few fights towards the end here, KHI pulled a really impressive run there to survive all the way through. Got some good kills as well to ST Roy Esport, and we're part of the final 3 that made it to that last circle. So it all was a matter of them just playing a good situational awareness as well as taking good fights there, but finally they were able to overcome Meteor HG to take their first chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, I'm just talking about chicken dinner. Round 4, a bit more, I would say the boom nades, the grenade skills are a highlight. Like, how good you have to be the nade on point. But looking at 2 kills with nades, that is just something that cheers me out. Like, how do you even time that, the position, the execution, and the...
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there.
Yep. And I think with further ado, we'll be going for a short break as most of the players will cook up their nades, will get themselves prepared, as they will be going into round number 5 later on. But it will be good for a short break. See you guys in a bit.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
to the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Hey yo guys and gals, welcome back to ESL Mobile. This is the PUBG Mobile split number 2 of Season 2's Open Finals, and we're now coming to our last match for today. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Udo Magical, and given that the last 2 maps, I believe, have been taken by teams from the lower cards, and with the top card teams having prioritizing a little bit more on fights and actually getting kills during this game, I think the leaderboard is going to be looking a little bit mixed up, don't you think, Udo Magical?
Yep, definitely agree with you, Victor, about the whole standing as well. But I think we do have the result of after the round 4. Let's take a look how the result, and let's see how mixed up is this mumbo jumbo of the standing. Genocide team standing on top with 79 points. Pink Gold Esports sitting on the second place, still holding on to that with 57 points. Third place, Diviso Heaven on 43 points. Meteor HG climbed up with 41 points. Fifth place with Shaw Bay with 37 points. They have a rough start, but they are still holding on to what they have. Sixth place, Raven Club Banyu Langit with 34 points. Ties up on the 7th and 8th place will be Beta with 0. The third winner for the chicken dinner, and KHI Esport, who just won their first chicken dinner of the day for themselves, sits at the 7 and 8 spots. That's the mix-up that we are looking at. On the second page, some of the teams drop down. Puma Axelab Esports drops down with 23 points on the 9th place. 10th placing will be going to the Demigod Incognito with 20 points. Raphael Jasper holding on to the 11th place with 17 points, just leading by 1 point against M42 Seed, sitting at the 12th place with 16 points. On the 13th spot will be ST World Esports with 12 points. 14th spot by Grimm's Chosen with 11 points. Nitro X will make up on the 15th placing with 10 points, and Demiges holding on with 8 points on the bottom of the table. That is what the whole standing happens after round number 4. This is your mumbo jumbo. The first and second did really have a mumbo jumbo, but the rest of it, you can see it was a bit of mix up, it was a bit of climbing, and KHI solidified themselves into the top 8. So to answer your question, Victor Cax, the mumbo jumbo, the mix up, whatever you want to call it, it just happened, and this is going to be a surprise to a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I gotta feel especially bad for the guys who are on page 2 of the leaderboard, the lower card as it were, you know, teams like Raftel Jesper, Demigod Incognito. I mean, these guys were really fighting hard and actually we're getting involved in a lot of fights throughout the day. I mean, teams like M42 were actually going up and picking up good fights against Raftel Jespers. It's just unfortunate that these teams didn't really survive long enough to make it to those final circles, and even in that regard as well, you can see that a lot of these final fights, the advantage tends to just change hands between these teams so rapidly. You know, especially in that last map early on, it looked like Meteor HG were having such good position. They were holed up inside the building. They were in the southern tip of that circle. It looked like they had a good control over that round, right? Wrong. The next round comes out, the circle ends up just right outside of their house and ends up on top of where KHI was instead. So, I mean, this is kind of like what happens in PUBG. That advantage can just get thrown and switched around to another team completely. So you have to be absolutely ready, you know, to change up that battle the moment that happens. So you can never rest easy. Whenever you're faced up against the final few teams, you know, you've got to be ready to be on the move and be ready to find a new piece of cover there, because you never know if you're going to be forced to fight out in the open.
Yeah, just talking about Meteor HG got stuck. They were quarantined inside the compound, but the circle tell them, your quarantine is over, get out in the open, take some fresh air. But instead of taking some fresh air, they were the receiving end of bullets itself. So Meteor HG might not have the circle in favor. That was a good fight for them. I think they take what they can and take what placement point they have. They have to move into Mirama. This is going to be Mirama on round number 5. This is going to be up to them on how they want to play it out. It's going to be purely open, unless the twist of fate where we have seen some very special circles that brings it into San Martin, brings it into Pochinki, where you see a whole different level of gameplay. You see a whole different level of how things break down. Urban fights, urban warfare, firefight between building and building. And this will be the final flight path for today. We still have another day for tomorrow. We will be going back to Mirama. This is going to be from the northwest to southeast. Somewhat of a repeat of round number 2. This is going to be somewhat in half for the map. Players can drop towards the north coast or they can drop towards the south. But most importantly, where the circle be? Let's guess the circle, like pin the tail on the pony. Where do you think the circle will land?
I mean, last time around it landed southwards. I'm going to be voting it landing northwards this time around. So maybe around La Corbiera or Torre Ahumada, Cruz del Valle. Those are all good areas for the circle to land on, I think. But who knows? I mean, I could be cursing this round here for everyone involved, because it seems like a lot of people decide to go southwards as well. I mean, I do see Pink Gold, the Meteor HG, Puma X Celeb, M42, Raftel, and Grims as well, just going all the way towards the southern coast. But then equally as well, you do have Beta Vincero, Demigods, Blastoges, as well as Incognito going northwards. And oh my goodness, finally a prediction of mine actually landed true. That circle has encompassed all of those towns I've just mentioned before. So looks like I'm on point just for today.
Ding ding ding! Oh, but someone got knocked down. Looks like range into a firefight again. Up against ST War. You might be able to even predict the winner for this round, but we have to put that on hold as we have to look at how M42 repeat the tango dance against ST War this time. Who will be standing tall and who will be stepped on? We have to find out. Can M42 have their own redemption STY will fend off their hold onto Picado.
Yeah, looking very strange there is Rage because he's got knocked down for the second time now, and he may not be saved that easily this time around, unfortunately, because the entire STY is all over the entirety of M42 here and preventing them from actually getting some good maneuvers in the way. Dragon does narrowly avoid the death in that instant though, managed to duck away in the nick of time and managed to avoid trouble for now, but the rest of M42 are now going to have to collapse together because the ST Warrior are also going out very aggressively and actually got a couple of their own knocked down. Kaler is still going to be on the outside and he's still going to be able to provide pressure from the streets. It's starting to knock down one after another. ST Warrior, they're going to get eliminated one after another. As I said, Sheba is going to be the last person left standing, but he's up on the floor, but he's not long for this world. The rest of M42 are coming in strong now. They've successfully gotten their first elimination on a team. Now they just have to keep doing that again and again until the final circle.
Yeah, totally agree. I was able to stamp triumph on top of STY. They had the sweet revenge, but on the other side of Mirama, we have KHI, the team that got the fourth chicken dinner of the day. They are going up against Genocide, a team that is super strong, especially talking about Moscow. That man is a Terminator. That man is a killing machine. He managed to get 10 kills by himself. His is on point, and KHI dare challenge him. Will Moscow fend them off or KHI stand tall? So it looks like KHI, they are backing up higher up into the northern side. So it doesn't feel like they want to have that confrontation yet.
Range's troubles seem to be continuing on, but oh, he finally got a single health kit, and that probably is going to be enough to keep him alive for quite a while now. So that was the only thing he was missing. Though I think another thing he could do well for himself is to pick up a level 3 vest somewhere around, because given that right now he's literally having the least amount of health among his team here, might prove to be a bit of a weak link. But then again, you can't really fault him because he's been on the front line through their last fight, though. So he sacrificed a lot to help bring M42 so far. But hopefully he wouldn't have to sacrifice too much by the time M42 gets to that final circle. But who knows? I'm rooting for them slightly, just a little bit for today.
Yeah, I do have the same feeling for M42. They have a chance. They have the opportunity. Oh, maybe our level 3 vest might not be enough. They might even want to strap a kitchen sink in onto Range just for the extra armor. But I feel
think-
Range, as you said, he's a mid shield for the whole team. He sacrificed so much for the team by soaking up those bullets. I'll totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, well, I think if you strap a kitchen sink onto anything at all, that's not going to do well for weight. That's going to definitely make the trajectory a lot shorter if they're trying to toss it over there. So I would strongly advise against it. That's for sure. But nevertheless, another team that's certainly looking to try to change the fortunes around is Raptail Jaspers, and my goodness, I mean, how close they've gotten to that sweet taste of victory again and again, only to have it so cruelly tugged out from under them. So X Blues, Astaroth, Lafreak J, and Ali Meister are still searching for their elusive chicken dinner, but so far, I think another team is certainly getting a lot of hurt brought on themselves. Beta Vincero seems to have found a really good victim to bring some hurt onto, as we join them right now. Affinity is actually taking a lot of damage from a distance there. That's Demigods Incognito, I believe, they currently are fighting against. Aouf is unfortunately down on the ground, as Nifty is attempting to try to find another angle. Cape is able to stay on the far side now, opening a little bit of a flank now to hopefully regroup the rest of his team. Sets up a smoke right now as he tries to rush through the rest of his team, who currently needs a bit of a revive going on there because 2 members of Beta Vincero are down now, and that's allowing Demigods Incognito to start to overrun their position. It's looking very, very bad. Cave moves up in front now to try to take his position, but looks like he's not able to get the knockdown onto KYO, who's right now wrapping around rapidly towards the other side of the flank. Now Beta are still having a couple members alive here. This Cave and Swift, but Swift now is going to be joining in a fray, tries to bring some shots down. The thing is, Cave is already down, so it's only down to only 1 man, but that 1 man now has unfortunately lost his life at the brink of the eye. 14 teams now remain, and it's Demigods Incognito is one of them.
Unfortunate for the side of Beta Vincero, but Demigod Incognito, they did well, and they held themselves up high after that confrontation. They lost 1 player, still good enough. 4 points for them in the back. That's something that I will walk away proudly. But on the other hand, Nitro X will be going up against the Visual Heaven, as the Visual Heaven thinking about this push. Meanwhile, the circle is closing down, so players, they might want to start moving in. The circle could be going up north, or could it be staying in the center at Water Treatment, Hacienda, San Martin. This could be the next spot, but what could this be? This will be hard, but easy P does have the side. He is feeding in information. Shots being sent out. Zynga will be nicked. Will be still healthy, but the next target will be the vehicle. He will try to pop the wheel, so it will not be an easy X-wheel for the side of the Visual Heaven.
Yeah, immobilize them so they will have nowhere to run. So, like a wounded bird right now, the Visual Heaven are attempting to find every last avenue of escape. Sizzy looks like he just about made it away. Don't believe he got knocked down, but it looks like his car is going to be stuck in position as Savage continues to rain bullets down upon him. I don't believe he has been knocked down completely though, but unfortunately the rage is so far away that I cannot quite see if he's gotten himself knocked down or if he's managed to save himself. But it looks like Nitro has lost an opportunity right now to keep the opponents contained, but they will have control over this sector no matter what. It's only if another team is going to be joining in for the fray. Zerp going for a little stun jump. That's a sweet one. I'll give him $100.
100 points for that. I'll definitely agree with you. But we actually miss out on the circle. We'd love to see how the circle develops after that confrontations. But that was a bit of danger. But Nitro, they are in close vicinity of another team. It is just due south of them. If they were to make up towards the north, they might be able to hit onto Nitro compound, but they have to be careful. What team could that be? We have to take a look. It's team of black color, but it will be Demigod the Glass 2Gs.
Yep, I thought that when I saw the gray. So Demigods the last 2 years is getting a little too close to comfort now to Nitro. But for Nitro, that might be another opportunity for them to actually rack up some kills. So they better seize this while they can. Magma is going to try to wrap around the hill here as he hears engines going around the side. He's going to try to bring a spray onto Moon. Doesn't quite land enough though. He loads for another one though, but Moon is ducked right behind the dune. So Magma, unfortunately, may have lost his opportunity now to get a knockdown onto one of the members of Demigods the last 2 years. Well, a bit of a shame though, but Demigods, having heard those shots, are thinking to try to set up for an attack now, so it looks like the Hunters might become the hunted very, very soon.
Yeah, we have to see how is the movement from Demigod the Glass 2Gs. Are they thinking about making a detour and running back towards the Hunter? As you said, the Hunter being hunted, could this come true? I feel like they are thinking about it, but I think they want to hold on to this compound first, but we have to see how it looks. I feel like they are wrapping around, but in a very huge circle. I think it feels like by the time that they reach, Nitro is already in position. I'm waiting for that ambush to come around, but they're turning around. They might be holding on to the compound, but talking about the circle lands on top of water treatment and Hacienda, north of Hacienda especially. So this is going to be a bit more hard. As I remember water treatment, you have to climb up a hill. It's surrounded by elevation. It does have a bit of hard point to play with. So players gonna attack onto water treatment, try to claim that building or claim that compound for their own. They better make their move into water treatment right now, like ASAP.
Grimes are going to be facing a bit of pressure now from Pink Gold Esports. Now the thing is, they are both fighting on the border here, so technically I think Grimes can actually peel back a bit and avoid a confrontation. So the thing is that Arky, is he going to be leaving his truck behind here? He is going to be loading up an energy drink, so I think he's going to be continuing this confrontation now. So Pink Gold Esports may have to gear up for a fight as soon as they are able to bring Frey back up to speed. As they do, looks like they will be going for a fight. And the fight is right before them in Pink Gold Esports. In the meantime, though, what is Nitro up to? Oh, they're getting attacked from both sides here. Demigod's Lasuges on the left and Demigod's Incognito on the right. Nitro, Easy IRP is still looking for someone through the window. Unfortunately, he's going to have to exfil out the way very soon, because I don't think they will be able to hold this position for too long, and once both Demigod's teams decide to move up together.
Yeah, Nitro, they might want to concede this area to concede the compound, make a retreat. Sometimes a retreat is an advancement into the placement, but they are holding on. The time is running out for them as both teams are Demigod is pushing in. We have Demigod Incognito, Demigod to Jizz. Rio gets knocked down, and Savage will be able to collect for more. Baby has to be a bit more careful, but Easy High RP needs to find cover. Pops a mad kit. 2K Savage try to cook the net. Can he Hail Mary it? Can he land? No, he is due towards the left a bit, but Rio sitting quite low. Ram has to make a run for it. Baby on the other hand, thinking of making a push, just waiting for the timing. The timing is really important. Who will hold on? Who will survive? 2K Savage will make a push. Baby knocks down. Ram making a retreat. This is so bad for the side of Demigod Incognito. How is Nitro X holding on to the high ground? They are just fending off enemy from left and right. I do not see Demigod the Glass 2Gs. What happened to them?
Yeah, I think critically, because the last two just did not move up at the same time, so that they're actually leaving Demigod's Incognito to foot the bill here, and unfortunately they're paying heavily for it because they don't really have a high ground advantage, and Savage is just taking advantage of that right now to move all the way down to try to scan the last few members. He does see Rio on the opposite end here, so he's going to be giving him the chase, and it looks like they will finally take him down. So with him out of the way there, that leaves the Demigod's last two Shiz still alive and kicking for now. But they kept themselves out of trouble. Managed to pick up one kill for themselves, but it looks like they might try to find another one in the form of Meter HG, because Yong has just only entered the safe zone and it doesn't look like he's doing too well for himself. Solix and Hate are continuing to roam around with the buggy, so I think they're going to be scouting around to see if they can spot anyone else. Look at this little town over here, crowded a
Wow.
little bit, I should say, with 3 teams in one area. We got M42 on the western side, Puma X Lev on the northern end, and then you've got Shaw right over here, just right next to where M42 is. And looks like one of their members just walked into the middle of a really bad spot there. That's going to be a knockdown onto D-Mank, and Big Pig now tries to lay some cover fire onto M42 to try to hopefully pull some attention away from his teammate. But the thing is that Gimmick is still very much out in the open. They need to pop a little bit of smoke there before they can approach him. But a bit of pressure is coming from behind as KHI now is going to be moving in from the eastern side. And they are looking to try to get into this circle, but they're seeing a lot of teams actually standing in the way. Now Shabe, they just lost one of their members. Gimmick is going to be out for the count right now. So that leaves Big Pig and Tatsuya still alive and kicking here. Try to hopefully salvage this round. There's going to be a good spray here from Tatsuya, but no knockdown inside here for KHI. H2R still holds in position, but unfortunately gets knocked down on the back there by Tatsuya. But Tatsuya is the only member of his team to be alive right now, so he desperately needs to turn around and get some of his teammates back up and revive. M42 Dragon spots a lot of the commotion on the distance there. He actually has Tatsuya in his sights outside on the blue zone, so he knows that Tatsuya is in a very, very bad position here, and he knows he can capitalize heavily onto his misfortune here. Let's see where this next circle is going to end up. Right on top of Ravenclaw as well as Grims. What do you make of that, Uwu?
The circle just moved away from the fire, and the players that are stuck here in the pinch, in the firefight, they have to move out and feel like Tatsuya doesn't have much left in him. He has to be careful because the moment he walks out, he will be facing a lot. He is getting chipped, but no! The zone got him! Oh, unfortunately. But KHI does have 2 players in hand, Demigod and Ranked. They can make a way out of this. They do have a buggy by that side. They can just zoom by, but they have to zoom in careful fashion because Puma X Lab have sights downrange. Demigod, the gas 2Gs, they are making themselves into for some action, and for the 2C, they are looking for it. But on the other side, we do see Moscow doing what Moscow does best. Hitting onto enemy and killing them off.
Trying to go for the spray, but he did not expose himself too much. That's a good hit there into Dragon, but that's not enough for the knockdown quite yet. M42 is still able to reposition themselves, but now they're walking straight into the fire here. Zhao James gets a good knockdown to one of the members of M42. As now M42 are quickly finding the tables turned right onto their noses here. Zhao James still is able to hold position. The rest of Puma X11 are continuing to dig into this side here. They have set up a good ambush position. They pretty much can defend this side here and gatekeep anyone who tries to stand in their way. But Kaler is going to try his best here to try to regroup the rest of his team, but I don't think he will be able to affect much because only him and Dragon are the last 2 members still alive for now. Where is Dragon for the moment? Kaler is still going to try to flank this side. He gets a good grenade to knock down Otto. That's going to bring a lot of attention now from Puma X11. That's going to be a kill, in fact, onto Otto here. So Kaler is putting in the hurt onto Puma X11. He ducks into the site with a lot of smoke there that actually provides plenty of cover, and that allows Dragon to join up alongside him. Puma X11 decides to cut their losses a little bit as they walk into the circle, but Zhao James is still left out in the blue zone. Kaler's going to try to push in and pressure him and force him out of the way. Can they take him down? No. It looks like Kaler's gonna have to duck away, and that allows Zhao James to escape. Was it inside the circle? Kaler gets caught on the outside though. Oh no, the blue zone claims yet another victim here. Kaler is out for the count. Grims up on top here looks at all the commotion going on in the low ground. Demigod's last Suji is still on the lower end. The circle ends up right out on the open here. I think that's close to where Grims is, down southwards from where they are, but it's very much wide open, so there's not a lot of cover between there and then. It's the last 4 teams now crowd around for this 5th circle.
Yup, all 4 teams, they have to push up into the safety. This could be hard, but Free, on the other hand, will be going on to Demigod. Declares he's trying to go for one. He will be able. Oh, that's a good knockdown by Zhao Jamie. He will try to go for another one, but sorry, Free was the one who was able to take one onto Demigod. Declares to just hit one of the players. Last day still alive, but Puma Axelab on the other hand, Zhao Jin was to connect the shot and put on the hurt onto the opponent. Puma Axelab might be able to clutch it off if they keep on this performance. Triple F, that's enough! Oh, what a play by Jax himself! And I feel like Triple F got fully eliminated because it falls into the hand of Pingo Esport. As I'm trying to go for a better push, they do have the whole circle on top of them. Puma Axelab slowly pushing up. Demigod declares to his hit. He's pushing up as well. Can hit bring in the pit? Can he rain it down? Hit will be able to take down Frey. But oh no, looks like one of the players from the Pingo has been taken out. Lancelot has been taken out as well. That's it for Pingo. But Pingo is being sent back to the lobby. 3 teams left. Puma Axelab, Grims, and Demigod the Glass Stooges. We have talked about Demigod the Glass Stooges sitting at the bottom. Can this player hit the red for the team? Can he pick up a win? It's a 2v2 versus 1. Sorry, 2v3 versus 1. Might be a good chance for Hit. He has to look at how he's gonna approach this. Not in that way. Jax sees him. Jax sees the Hit, but who will stand tall? But oh, it will be Jax. Hit sent back into the lobby. 2v3. Puma Axelab on the verge. Can they get the chicken dinner? Or Grips be able to collect their chicken dinner? Zhao James crawling up as Sang and Jax holding on the right, sorry, on the left flank. Meanwhile, another player from the side of Grims holding on the right. They are pushing in. Aki holding on. The airdrops is right in front of them. Mr. Joe, Zhao Jamie, can they push up a full fresh Mr. Joe? Level 3 backpack, level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. He will be stacked up. This is 2v3. Puma Axelab, Grips, push up. Here vehicle. There comes the vehicle from the side of Grims. Grims making a push. Mr. Joe throwing down a net. He is using the box as a defense. He is trying his best. Meanwhile, Jax cooking up the net. Can he toss it? Mr. Joe reposition himself. This is going to be a hard one for Grims. They have the number, but can they close this off against the veterans of Puma Axelab? Mr. Joe, precision, connection of destruction. He lands the net. He is scouting. He is scanning the horizon. Zhao Jin making a push from the right. Mr. Joe on the left. Cat Grims hold them off. They are thinking of bringing Jax up. Jax back into the game. Has to be careful. Oh, there's an M249 in the hand of Aki. He might not have much bullets left, but he will try to utilize fully to the max, trying to flick it off to Mr. Joe. Ooh, Mr. Joe still holding on to stand up, but no, Mr. Joe gets knocked out. Joe Jim, can he clutch it for his team? That's one. Can he go for 2 more? And Jax, they
Oh,
two.
nice.
Zhao Jin, can he go for the last one? Can he clutch it for Puma and Sola? This is it. He is trying every single one, but no. Unfortunately, it will be going into the hand of Greaves.
Oh my goodness, Gribbs taking the chicken dinner in one final decisive fight there, and that was definitely very hard fought. It came down to the final two members, the final member of each respective team, but wow, what a fight to the end there. Demigods takes third place, I see Raven in fifth, M42 at 6th, and Raftel only managed to make it up to 8, KHI up to 9, Nitro X on 10th, Shaw on 11, Media HD on 12, Demigods Incognito only on 13th, all the way down here. My goodness, some of these guys haven't really maxed out their capabilities here on this final map, so the thing is with Grimes and Puma X11 having picked up a really good result here, I just wonder if this leaderboard is going to look even more jumbled by the time we get back to it. So that was a very interesting way to cap off the day, I have to say, though, because that fight really came down the wire, didn't it, Uwe the Magical?
Definitely, it came down to the wire, but congratulations to Grims Esports. They clutched it out. They got their chicken dinner. What a way to end it. Mr. Joe and Zhao Jamie, definitely they deserve the credit of just clutching it out. The numbers was against them. They were against the stack. Well, they get second place, but they still managed to make a big result for them. But Grims Esports, on the other hand, the chicken dinner is what they aim for, and the chicken dinner is what they get at the end of round number 5. Definitely, I believe, as you said, it's going to be a mix-up. It's going to be a mid-cut mix-up, I believe, because if I'm not mistaken, Puma XLF was sitting at 9th place, and Grims was somewhat in the mid-cut as well. So with that win and the points collected for them, definitely it's going to be a big mix-up in the mid-cut. The top 3, I believe, is still stay the same, just that the gap is not that big.
Yeah, by the way, I mean, just got to say, look at how close and competitive these top 16 teams are in this split right now, because, you know, if every single team, or rather if every single map having a different chicken dinner winner every single time, it just goes to show that literally anyone could find or string together a good performance and actually dominate that map for themselves. But for this map in particular, though, really right off the bat, things were just chaos from the get-go. I mean, again, Miramar is one of those maps where it's usually quite wide and spread out, so you don't usually expect a lot of action early on. But my goodness, these teams are really having a penchant for finding themselves in trouble. So this was where we saw here's actually where Diverso Heaven actually ended up getting completely eliminated by Ravenclaw. Then this was where Shaw tried to go on a fight against KHI, and they were practically gatekeeping them at that point. Then poor Zhao Jamie, I mean, this was one moment where I thought he wasn't going to be able to make out of it, but somehow manages to stay alive long enough, and what a finisher he was able to bring by the time we got to that point. And then Grims as well, you know, throughout the entirety of the day, haven't really made an impact until this very moment here when they finally actually got themselves in such a good position. The circle landed just about southwards from where they were set up, and they were able to capitalize on the position so hard, and that allowed them to be part of the final 3 by the time we got to this last circle. And with the final kill there onto Demigod's last Sujes, it was down to these last 2 here. Puma Excellent versus Grims. The X-Joe and Zhao Jamie were playing out of their minds, though, throughout this whole fight, because, you know, in the 2v3 for most of it, they were just basically finding at a huge disadvantage all throughout. So it's a minor miracle they were able to keep their composure so well through until they were able to bring it to a 1v1. But man, easily at any point there, it could have easily gone the other way there for them. So good on Puma X Celeb, but definitely good on Grims for finally sticking a landing and taking the chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Round number 5 unfolds in chaos from start to end. I feel like the last fight there, just looking at whatever other possibility that Puma X Celeb can come on top with that win, the statistics was against them, the numbers was against them, the positioning was even against them themselves. The only way is for them to push up together. But I do believe the mix-up is here, the standing is here. Let's look at the Mumbo Jumbo standing for today. After 5 rounds, Genocide team still holds onto the top spot with 82 points. Pink Gold Esport with 69 points. Meanwhile, on the 3rd placing, Ravenclaw Banyu Langit climbed themselves up to 47. Puma X Celeb from 9 to 4th with 45 points right now. Diviso have a sitting at 44. Meteor HG dropped down to 6th place with 42 points. Shopee with 39 points, dropping down slowly but surely. Beta with 0 dropping as well onto the 8th place with 33 points, tying up with KHI Esports on the 9th. On the 10th place is the winner of the 5th round, Grim Chosen. They managed to get the 30 points. That is what they need to catapult themselves up to the mid card. Still one more day for them to go to collect more points. 11th place we go to Demigod Incognito with 25 points, tying up with M42C with the same points. On the 13th place will be Demigod Declares 2 G's, climbing up to the 24th with 24th point on the 13th place. Raptor Jasper on the 14th place with 20 points. Nitro X drops down to the 15th place with 15 points. And lastly, ST Warrior will be ending up the whole standings with 12 points. This is what has unfolded. This has been the result for today. But yet there is still one more day to go, which is tomorrow. 5 more rounds for them and 5 more chicken dinner for 16 teams to grab. This is going to be super strong and super close. And I think, Victor, today you're the magical cause you made the prediction of the circle. 1. Second, the details that you have given the tips itself was on point because it is down to the wire on how team break it down.
Wow, I mean, the good on Team Genocide there. I mean, they were able to stay consistent enough in placements to still stay on top of the board by a huge margin, though, especially when you consider how far ahead they are when you compare them against Pink Gold Esports. But I gotta say, another major mover certainly is gonna be Puma X Celeb. I mean, racking up a total 26 kills by the end of the day was no mean feat, and that is good enough to put them up in the top 4. But I think day number 2 is certainly going to be one to watch, especially for the lower card teams, because that's going to be the best opportunity for them to try to make up for the losses for today. But yep, that's going to be all the thoughts I have for there, though, for myself, Uru. So off to you now.
Yeah, I guess that is what unfolds for today. After 5 rounds, we have seen the result, we have seen the game plan. Most of the players, they will need to take a rest, they will need to take a break for today, as they will be coming back to fight it off once again tomorrow. I'm Uwo the Magical, joined by me is Victor Cax. As we see you guys tomorrow, we will be signing off for today. So good night and have a good day, everyone.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.